To the new City Hall and our new layout for work sessions. We hope this process works. We apologize in advance if we have any technical difficulties, but it's working out so far, or pretty well so far. So anyway, I hope everybody had an enjoyable warm weekend and got out to cure a little cabin fever by getting a little outdoor time. This is a work session, which means that our procedure is a little more informal than our regular business meetings. There's a copy of the agenda back by the front door if anybody would like one. We don't make final decisions here except to give direction to staff. So just so you know, we'll have an opportunity for public comment both at the very beginning of the meeting, throughout the meeting, and then also at the very end on items not on our agenda. But council, before we get started, I would like to point out the obvious, which is that we've got a pretty full agenda tonight. I think we've got 5 items plus a legislative update. And in theory, we could probably spend an hour on every one of those, but I don't think we have 5-6 hours. And even if we spent 30 minutes on each one, 6 items, that would be take us to about 8:30 to 9 o'clock, even if we didn't take a break. So I will ask all the presenters to be as concise as possible, and ourselves as well. And please don't be offended if I occasionally mention where we are at time-wise, just to keep us on track. And before we begin with item number 1, I would like to make a brief comment to make sure that the council and the public are aware of the potential financial impact that 2 so-called property tax relief bills in Helena, HB 155 and HB 231, might have on the city if either of those bills are eventually signed into law. We'll have time to discuss these bills in more detail at the end of the meeting on the legislative update item, but I know from experience that most of the audience members will have left by then, and we may also have lost Channel 7 viewers. So I wanted just to give you a little bit of a teaser or a trailer before the main show. Both of these bills would lower the statutory rate for Class 4 properties to determine taxable value. Class 4 includes residential homes and most commercial businesses. The rate for second homes, very high-end homes, short-term rentals, and industrial properties would not be reduced, but I believe that the reductions would apply to more than 85% of the Billings tax base. By the city finance director's very preliminary calculations, the net result is that our tax collections might drop by as much as $6.5 to $6.9 million each year. Since more than 80% of those dollars currently go to public safety, the consequences could be dramatic, to put it mildly. By contrast, other large cities in Montana might actually collect more tax revenue or suffer a reduction that would be a tiny fraction of the hit suffered by Billings. The main reason for that difference is that those other cities can increase the number of mills they assess against taxable value, while Billings is limited to 74 mills pursuant to section 1.02 of our city charter. Chris, Kevin, Jessica and I were in Helena last week, and we can provide you with more information on what we learned when we get to this item on our agenda. Chris, did you want to add comments about anything on before we move on to item number 1?
The teaser for later conversation will be Senate Bill 398. I'll give you an update there. That's Senator Yakowicz helping us out. That's positive. And a nutrient standard bill that Representative Mercer is carrying. Both of those work to the city's favor. So we'll talk more details later.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Before we go to public comment on all items, Councilmember Kennedy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Chris. Rumor has it that the water department is geared up to shut off water if people have not paid, and I just kind of would like to know what the plan is, and are we working with each of the folks that owe money or in back pay for their water bills?
So whatever that rumor is, it is false. Nothing has changed except for our diligence internal to continue to refine and make sure the bills get to a point where ultimately late fees and turnoffs can be noticed. None of that will happen until this body sees what that schedule is and is in agreement with that implementation. So just met this afternoon with Jennifer and Debbie. They're working diligently with a team on the issue of collection, but absolutely there has been no change in late fees or turnoffs. We're working that issue as well as the other critical issue is getting the utility bill, the information on your bill so that you can verify every calculation that's on the bill. Those are the two highest priorities.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We'll move on then to public comment on all the items. That would be both things on our agenda and not on our agenda. If you're here and you'd like to comment on something that is on our agenda, we'll have an opportunity for public comment after we get a presentation on each of those 5 items on our agenda. So I would encourage you to wait until you've heard that presentation. But if you've got to leave, that's no problem. Please feel free to use this time for public comment on things on our agenda or not on our agenda. So is there any public comment on any item right now? If so, please come to the podium there. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address.
City of Billings, the council, thank you. My name is Paul Park. That's right, I gotta pick this up.
There you go, yeah.
I used to be a truck driver for 40 years. You want to hear me across the parking lot and I got no worries. Okay, thank you for letting me address. I'll keep it as short as I possibly can. I've attended a few of these meetings just to try to get a dart to hit the target, I guess, basically. But one of the things that the last council meeting was brought up was 27th Street and the idea of having an underpass to get through there when we already have 13th Street and 6th Avenue West. And if you're a small vehicle, the 8-foot bridge. But wouldn't it be more cost effective instead of, because what this is all about is getting an ambulance down to the south side or in that area, someone needs help, attention immediately. So what if we brought the hub down to the Billings? Like, let's say we have the corner of South Park that is a utility vehicle and a pool. The pool is way outdated. It should go away. And I know I'd catch flack for saying it, but I will. Wouldn't that be used more as city of police, ambulance? We already have a fire department right there on South 28th Street. Just trying to think outside the box. I don't want to ask for more tax money when we're already, mill levied up to 74 and the whole bunch. So that's one of the ideas. Can I roll with some other stuff or?
Sure,
Okay.
use your 3 minutes.
Well, that's one. It's like skip the idea of the underpass, bring a hub down to the south side. Let's go from there. We already have the Deering Clinic, fire department. Why not ambulance and city of Billings? You guys did look at the abandoned or parked vehicles that are down there, and I was told that the only way that that'll be corrected, even though city of Billings drives by these abandoned vehicles day by day, and they don't do anything about it until the public says, hey, I got a problem here. Can that be addressed? Why did the public have to tell you when you see it's there already? So, okay, that's it. Handicap on the curbs. You guys, thank you for putting the curbs for handicap access. That's real tough. Now that I'm getting up in age, I don't always step off the bench the right way either. So we need to work on that, especially when we had the amount of snow that we did. I feel that there could have been a little bit extra. One of the things we did look at was worrying about fire hydrants and making sure they weren't blocked off. Nothing worse than have a fire and the guy's got to dig ice and to find the fire hydrant. So on my block, they got cleaned up, only because I was out there doing that. But there's a lot of other handicapped people that couldn't do it. So again, can we get some help on that? When we do get that big storm, again, abandoned vehicles and parked vehicles, fire hydrants, wheelchair accessible. Okay, the audit on the water bill, when we had the man from Wisconsin who kind of glassed everything over and said, yeah, you guys got a big problem. Here, you want my software to sell it to you for $200,000 or whatever? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but my time blew up. I got about halfway, but I'll be back next week.
Very good, thank you.
All right.
Did we get your name and address at the beginning?
Paul Clark.
Okay, thank you. Very good. All right, very good. Any other public comment on items either on our agenda or not on the agenda tonight? If so, please come to the podium. Any other public comment? Any other public comment before I close public comment? No one has come. No, sorry. Sorry, no one's coming forward, so we'll close the public comment period and move on to our first item, which is an update on our Center for Public Safety Management report. Chief, and you've got a couple recently elevated friends with you. Maybe you could introduce them as well.
I do. Mayor and Council, good evening. With me, Assistant Chief Sean Mayo, Captain Brandon Woolley. They helped present the status report of the CPSM report January 25th of this year. Mayor, you commented on the complexity and magnitude of that report, and you gave us 30 days, if I remember, to get it completed. We took an extra 6. And we'll provide you with an update today. So I appreciate the latitude with allowing us to get that. What we did was pull out the top 3 things that council was interested in, primarily the response times and some of the situations around that, some of the situations involving our staffing and deployment of detectives, and then our overtime situation. So with that, I'm going to let Captain Woolley address the deployment side, and the assistant chief will do the detectives, and I'll finish up with the overtime considerations.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
Congratulations. I understand are in order.
Thanks, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cover some of the patrol recommendations real quick, and I think mostly we're going to focus on the 911 response times because we've got some recent data with it. But I do want to take us back to real quick our original presentation, where the CPSM report looked at operations in like 3 different areas. It was in 911 response times, your workload, meaning how many calls per day, how many pieces of paperwork, reports, arrests, that type of stuff that each officer is making. And then deployment, meaning out of service time, availability, and overlapping, all of that. And if you remember right, the main recommendation from CPSM was that some of our out of service time and our deployments was affecting 911 response times. Also, if you remember back to the original report, is that one of the things we identified was over 50% of our calls were categorized as high priority calls. And what we believed was that we're trying to get our officers to too many calls that are high priority quickly that truly just aren't high priority calls. And so what we've been doing for the several months leading up to the report to you guys last time, as well as since then, was we targeted our top high priority calls for service, which were disturbances and suspicious. And what we found is that many of the calls are loaded in, and they're creating high numbers of high priority calls, and officers are trying to get from place to place, right? So this first slide here is just to kind of take us back to the 2024 CPSM report, which I'll remind you is 2023 data. And it shows that our about 52% of our calls are high priority calls. So I'm going to take us over to the next slide here. Oh, sorry, Sean, working against you here. And what we did is we used the same data pool to pull data prior to making any of these changes. And this was call typing priorities, as well as call types. And this is specifically regarding like our high priority calls. In this October data that you're looking at, it's very similar to the CPSM 2023 data at about 52% of high priority calls. And our overall average 911 response times from call handling and the dispatch to the response times are very similar to what the CPSM had as well. December 16th or so is when we did our first changeover in those calls and recategorized some of those top priority calls. And the January data set here is the difference in the breakdown. And so we're running roughly 34% high priority calls. So we had about an 18% drop. And what you'll notice is that just across the board, we've got better call handling times as well as response times. Now, I want to caution everybody here that the work isn't done and that these are just some preliminary numbers that we're still continuing to try to like refine some of this. But what it has shown us is that a couple things I think are at play here, and I don't know exactly what is causing these numbers, right? I think that one, we're getting cleaner, better data that is showing that we're able to prioritize our services and our responses appropriately. You should also notice that between your October data and your January data set, the January data set is roughly 50 calls per day less, about 1,500 calls over the month. And so could that also add to decreased response times because you have more officers available? Yes. Could it also be because we're starting to prioritize and cut our time? Yes. So one of the things that we're trying to do with the numbers, and obviously we're a 911 system, so we can't predict where everything falls. As long as we prioritize and make sure that the data is coded correctly, then we can prioritize getting officers there as quick as possible. And then using the data to look for anomalies and things that we can look at and make improvements on. And I think when you look at the January data, specifically in the dispatch column under medium 1, you'll notice that that is kind of like it's like a little bit of a spike over medium 2. And one of the things that one of our goals would be is that our dispatch and our travel times are the fastest to critical calls. Next would be our high priority calls, then your medium 1, 2, and 3, and so on. And so we still have some data anomalies in there that we got to work, but our data is much cleaner than what it was before. And just to kind of bring back to the October data, specifically under your criticals, you have a really high dispatch time. There's only 15 calls for service. 2 of those calls weren't coded correctly in that critical time data set. And one of those calls wasn't coded correctly, held for 3.5 hours. It was an assault that occurred 2 days prior to, but it was incorrectly coded as a robbery 1 critical. And so when we're dealing with these smaller numbers, like 15 calls, 1 call is gonna disturb your data set. But the nice thing for us is that we're able to isolate those now, and we can go back at each one of those calls and look and go, why didn't we get to this call on time? And we can go back and we can find the reason why and put our finger on it when we have the cleaner data. So those are the big things that the numbers show. I think if you look at the graph, especially back on the first CPSM report, what you'll notice is we had the 3 peaks around shift change. You go back to our October data, which showed 3 distinct peaks right around our shift change. One of the other things that we did in January at our shift change was we moved afternoon shift forward 1 hour to increase overlap. And we moved night shift up a half an hour. So I think that's also contributory to seeing the reduction in 911 response times. And now you're seeing an overall flattening of some of those peaks. And you're seeing and whether those peaks that you're seeing now are increase in call load, lack of officer availability, the point is that we're getting down to a point where we're able to look at this a little bit better than the data being hidden in some of these skewed sets and stuff. So that's really it for the 911 response time. I'll move on to the other operation stuff, and then we can come back to any questions. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. So for the rest of the patrol recommendations, we're still working on workload assessments, trying to have the first one done mid-year, June, July, that we can tie up with this. We're continuing to work on those 911 call priorities, and then we're looking at good reports to clean up our information, how we pull some of that out of service time. So we're still in progress on several of those data recommendations. But then record services, we just hired 2 candidates, so we're only down 1. We'll get them training here shortly. We just literally moved into the new building. We're unpacking boxes. Volunteers are there. We're working on a process to try to get them to help out with the front counter, like the CPSM recommendation was. And we're continuing to look at the workload assessment data stuff for clerical, like we are the patrol division. So a lot of work has gone into this, I think. So I'd like to shout out to Kelly Bartholomew with IT. She's spent about 3 weeks trying to pull this information together for us. So very time consuming. And a lot of numbers to go through. So I'll be done with the patrol side of the recommendations, and I'll pass it off here to Assistant Chief Mayo.
Go ahead, Assistant Chief. We will hold all of our questions until you guys are done. And congratulations to you, too.
Thank you, sir. So jumping right into the diagram there, if we're looking at the CPSM study was recommending 2 extra positions into the detectives division. We are on the way to do that. We have them selected. We're just waiting for our personnel to catch up through the hiring process so that we have those people to replace at street level before we bump people out of patrol up to the investigations, so that we're not leaving patrol even more dire than what they already are. So those are in process. The people have been selected, and they're just waiting for the opportune time for us to move when we have people trained up for those slots. Moving down to the second one there on the left, the bottom left, talking about tracking cases through the LERM system. This is still a point that we are using LERMs effectively. We're running case audits in order to find out how many cases people have in depth and how often they're turning them in and keeping track of them. However, it is very usable and very at a glance type of work for us, still used to the old Excel program, because it's just a very fast reference for us to refer to. So both of those systems are being used, and basically one is more for long-term tracking and case development, whereas one is more for at a glance for case assignment. So up on the top right there, we're talking about the suggestion from CPSM to really break down and put the division into specialized groups. And the more I looked at this and then talked to Lieutenant Sheldon, the more we got to talking about it, and we really already are in those specialized groups in how we assign the cases. Our violent crimes against people are given mostly to the general detectives. Our crimes against property crimes, felony level property crimes, are for the large part assigned to the SCU unit. And then we have the domestic violence crimes that are followed up on or sometimes fully investigated by the DVI unit, which is now plussed up by 1. And they're also looking at possibly obtaining a grant so we could get another person helping out in that area. So that's down the road a little bit, but it's on the horizon, hopefully. Going down to the bottom element there, the CSI unit that is out at evidence. When CPSM was here last time, they gave a nice 3-page list of technical proficiencies that the CSI unit should have in order to be able to operate completely independently, so that the detectives and the investigation unit can move out and actually go find bad guys and do the interviews and follow-ups, and they're not tied to the scene. Now that's a lot of schooling. We don't have all of that at this point, but we do have enough that we can take our ID techs out and have them do fingerprints on the scenes and collect those prints, as well as help identify off those prints, and as well as do photographs of scenes for prosecution purposes through court. So they are helping out with that. They are still new, and they're only working during business hours right now. We're not putting them on around-the-clock rotation, but it is in place and it is working. So rather than just arbitrarily start calling them by different names, other than just to say they have a different name, we left them with the same names, and we're just acknowledging the fact that the caseload where it goes is to those specific entities. So we're accomplishing the same thing that we were suggested, and just not changing names. Jumping on to the IT side, conversations with IT, and we had kind of touched on this last time, but as far as the 2 IT specialists that are assigned to us primarily, we're going to go ahead and leave those with IT, and that was a conversation we had with them because of the mutual support that they're able to give the rest of IT, as well as keep up on problems that are within the city and affect all of us. But sometimes if we compartmentalize someone off to another unit, they don't keep up on those same trends as well, and so it causes a slowdown of dealing with problems. So they are still available to us. We call them up if we need them, and if one of them are not available, anybody in IT answers our questions and gets things done. So it still works out well for us. We do have 2 separate groups that are working in specialty, or not specialty, but specifically toward the mobile system and the LERMS group. And those elements do have officers in them. So when we do special training, or if we have updates and something like that comes out, we have them with officer level input into the process, so that the end users have a say in what's going on and how to help implement it and learn that take it back to the shifts. The bottom one is one that we're going to hold off on. That's the send an officer or another person to Tyler Technologies to do some immersion training. And basically, the reason why we're going to hold off on that at this point is because we are looking at possibly moving to a different RMS system or records management system. And I would hate to send off someone and have them gain a bunch of knowledge in the system that we may or may not have in a year. And it's kind of not the best use of our resources. So we'll hold on to that one, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you. One of the concerns I have with the IT is, and we saw it at the county years ago, if you keep the IT person so they're under IT, so they know exactly what's going on throughout the whole system, and then train them for Tyler Technologies and all of that, then you get more bang for the buck. And it worked really well. The one concern I do have is with the records management system. Are you working with the IT department so they understand the whole system before we ever buy a system or look at it? Because we've had other problems with IT and changing systems, and I hope it's all integrated and the folks in IT know it and give you the thumbs up to go ahead, Chief.
So Chief, Assistant Chief, feel free to comment on that, but then we'll try to hold our questions till you guys are done, unless you are done.
The short answer is yes. We have conferred with IT on different programs that we had looked at, and that's going back even a year or so ago when we were looking at other programs. So they were having input from the beginning. They're very comfortable with Tyler Tech, so that's kind of where their bread and butter is, and there are different things that go into that work really well for them, and that's very advantageous. There are some things that are very problematic for us and cause a little bit more work on our end. So that's why we're looking at different problems and different solutions to that problem.
Go ahead, wherever you're at.
Moving on to the overtime recommendations, there were 6 specific bullets, most of them administrative in nature, providing some training, pushing down accountability, making sure that our management staff, our commanders are aware of how the system works, where money's coming from, where it's going to, and then put in charge of their respective budgets. And that has been completed and it's ongoing. We have been working with finance to simplify some of the accounts and some of the reports that we get. The world of finance does not revolve around police budgeting and make it easy for us to understand. And I think you see some of those too. They're very complicated. But we are making some progress. There's a St. John friendly report that I can understand kind of where we're at with things. So again, working on the implementation of the administrative recommendations with that. The second bullet there is both us and finance do disagree with one recommendation on tracking and billing our extra duty assignments, if you will. So this is when outside entities hire police officers to stand guard and do whatever. These are reimbursable. So we end up paying upfront and then we bill and reimburse and get reimbursed. Some people are prompt, some people are not. And a lot of times what that shows in our account system is that we end up very low in that particular budget, or in some cases, even in the negative until we can get reimbursed. Our assessment is our tracking, our transparency, our ability to hold vendors accountable is sufficient, and that is both in concurrence with finance and our staff as well. So in general, that's the 6 things we wanted to touch on, mainly administrative. Everything again, we never did just discount anything CPSM recommended. We are looking at it. Some of them are implemented, some are in progress, some were not applicable or usable at the police department. But I think part of this presentation here is to assure you that never did we or will we consider just putting this report on the shelf and not doing anything with it. We were working on it before. The first report got us to a point where we could put additional staff on. And then this one too, and you can see the work that's being done over here by these two gentlemen specifically and a bunch of others in general. Outstanding work being done to try to improve the efficiency and effectiveness to make sure that you're comfortable that we are being good stewards of the money that you give us. And I think that we are. You know, a lot of accounts that we look at in our salaries and our personnel costs, never once have we gone over budget as a police department. Definitely move stuff around. We have some accounts lower than others, but we have never once broke budget that you have given to us, and we're not planning on it now. So I know that's the big picture that, you know, that you can, you know, be satisfied that what you give us, we're not going to go past that. But then when you start looking at the process itself and where we can do better, that's what we're at right now. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Assistant Chief Captain. Why don't we open it up for questions? We'll just kind of go around. I'll just start with Captain on the response times. By changing the categories, that's a little bit like changing the goalpost, right? It doesn't really change the speed with which we're getting things dispatched potentially, but what's the on the merits? What can we do, or what are we doing to reduce the actual time it takes to get those high priority calls dispatched? What's making a difference, sir?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. So it's just that. It's the reprioritization of calls. And if you recall back into the CPSM report, especially even back to the 2021, they mentioned this practice of holding calls for the beat, right? And we always kind of disagreed with that recommendation or that assessment, because what ultimately we have happened, and we even talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, is that theoretically, if we were able to prioritize our ability to get to these high priority calls faster, better, and that they were coded correctly, that potentially the other medium or lower level priority calls we're going to have to hold for longer because of the overall amount of times. And so I think that the most recent data for that January shows that by making sure that our calls are coded correctly to begin with, that we're able to prioritize making sure that the officers are getting to those high priority calls instead of trying to go to 10 high priority calls when 6 of them really aren't high priority. Now you have to hold those calls because officers are trying to get everywhere at once. And so what it really comes down to is an overhaul of our call priority system, how we prioritize stuff, to make sure that we start with the correctly coded calls to begin with. And I think that's part of what we're seeing in these numbers. So that's how we make sure we get those guys to those calls. Still very early, but we have to clean that data first before we can come back to you with numbers and say, the reason why we can't get to these calls is because we just don't have enough cars. These are too busy at times for us. Shifting schedules, that kind of stuff. So we're very much in the stages at the PD of cleaning our 911 data sets. So we're still very, very premature.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Few questions. Excuse me. Captain, on the priority classifications, are those accessible to the public to know what calls are going to be going into what priority?
Not at this moment. Like I said, we started this back in reprioritizing the calls back in like September of last year. And for us to be able to go through every call set, there's thousands of call types codes that end up in those. So we're trying to recategorize those right now. When we put out data in the future in reports, our data is going to look different. And I know you guys had mentioned about, having the data inconsistencies. For example, our suspicious calls went from 1 call type category to about 6. Suspicious person, suspicious vehicle, suspicious noise, suspicious. And that's the only way that we can say we would rather go to a suspicious person at somebody's house versus a suspicious vehicle drove by quicker. So you will see in our annual reports and stuff, things are going to expand and there's going to be more quick calls for that.
So when that's done, that'll be available to the public to know? Okay.
Yep, that's great.
And then I know this is still new and stuff like that, but you say you're getting a better handle on the response times. And so will the system, the 911 system, be able to generate a estimated response time based upon the priority to the individual who happens to be on the line, so that they could say, yeah, we expect an officer to be there in an ETA of, based upon what the current staffing is, it'd be live, saying 20 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, something like that.
So I think that is well in advance of where we're headed and where we're capable of at this moment to be able to predict that. And I would say mainly because, I look at the data sets between October and January. And once we start moving into the busier summer months where we have 1,500 more calls for service, I'm interested to see what our data shows us then.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the data set looks good now because your call volume is lower.
Correct.
Assistant Chief, you mentioned that the LERMS and the Excel system are both being used, and you want to continue that practice. It seems to me maybe I don't understand what you're doing it, but when you're using two systems for the same data, it seems like it's redundant and it's causing more excess work and it's really inefficient. Can you explain why you want to retain both of those systems and it's not an inefficient practice?
Councilmember Nace, thank you for the question, and that's a question that probably most would never thought of, because it's a completely different look. If you think about your own spreadsheets, when you pull something up and you want instant information, right? You pull up your spreadsheet, it's right there in front of you, and for what we're using it for an instant look for case assignment would be each one of you, and I can see you have 8 cases, you have 10, you have 12, you have 8, you have 7, you have 6, you got 5 because you just finished them up. Good. This one goes to you. Okay. An instant peek at what we need for the case assignment. Now, when we're talking about how many cases has he finished, what 3 cases did he just get done, and what was his work time on those cases, how much work does he really have on those 5? So it takes a lot longer to go into the system to run those other things, because if I wanted to get only LERM's look for case assignments, I would have to go run a report on every one of you each time I got a new case to find out how many cases you have. That just draws it out and makes it much longer. Whereas if we're on the Excel, I can instantly know by looking at the bottom number, those are your cases right there, but it doesn't tell me the amount of data you're working with in those cases. So that's where the knowledge comes in, the LERMS comes in for finer details of the case assignment. But the Excel's at a glance. The other one takes longer to run, and it's not as efficient for just quick assignments.
So this question, follow-up question, Mayor, is going to go back to kind of what you said a little earlier about you choosing not to send someone to Tyler Technologies. I'm assuming is it LERM system, the Tyler Technology software, or is that different?
It is.
Okay. So are we certain that the fact that you can't pull up an instant report based upon everyone's caseload in that particular example is because the LERM system just can't do it? Or is it because someone doesn't know how to do it because they haven't been trained by Tyler Technology to do it? Or to set the system up so it can't immediately pull it from LERMs? Because if someone has to put the data into Excel, that means that's additional time being done to put it in Excel when it's already in LERMs. And so I guess that's my question is, can we cut that system out by going to Tyler and finding out, or is the LERM system just not capable?
So to make this a little bit more visual, if you think about the Excel, when you pull it up, you have all the data in that one sheet in front of you, right? Everybody's tracking. But when you go to LERMS and you pull that up in LERMS, it brings up the search bar or the search screen. It only gives you one search function for one detective at a time. I can't pull each one of you and get that simple at a glance because it only allows me to search one of you at a time. So if I wanted to go on any given morning and decide I have X amount of felonies that I need to assign, rather than just look at the search on Excel and have it at the bottom of my bottom number, I would have to go enter your number and pull up all your cases, and then
I understand. I'm not looking for an example of how the system may or may not be done, but I've worked with lots of different software systems and said that can't be done. But then when I went to the software company, they said, "Oh yeah, we can actually produce this report for you." And then now all I have to do is one button push, and I've got my report exactly what like you're saying. I used to go to different things. So I'm questioning: has anyone been talked to Tyler Technologies to find out can this report be produced by Tyler Technologies so that it's a one-shot done, one and done kind of thing, or whatever else. I'm saying is, this is where I think that Bill calls into question why we're not sending someone to Tyler Technologies, because I know that they're a very large company and they work with a lot of organizations, police officers, organizations in counties and cities. So it's hard for me to believe that they can't produce a report for the city of Billings on one thing. So I'll leave it at that.
I think I can help you with that, council member.
And then we'll
On-
move on, but go ahead. Ed.
On the search function, it only gives you one officer at a time you can put in. Now, if they have something that they have above and beyond that they haven't told us, we don't know of it. I've never seen it.
But I'm
And
suggesting. So
The problem that we've had with Tyler in the past is when we've needed things done and we've gone to them and said, can you do this? Very often the answer is yes, but it's going to cost you X thousand for it to implement, or B, not enough places are asking for what you want and we're not interested in helping you.
okay,
Sounds like at least worth asking them. And,
Mayor, and I had
Fine.
just one more question for the chief, if you don't mind.
and this will have to be
It'll
the
be my
last.
last question for the chief. Mayor or Chief, you mentioned that your recommendation was for the CPSM to look at the way we bill outside services for police use. So, but you're saying that you guys are it's sufficient. But why would the CPS say it's, or indicate it? Maybe I don't know if they said it's insufficient or it's lacking in some way. But why would they suggest this is an issue, and yet when the finance and you look back, it's actually not. You're saying it's not an issue.
Well, council member, thanks for the question. What they were looking at is, what is most efficient, and frankly stated, the individual is working with our financial people, said this is what we did at our department. And it's basically just offloading who's handling the billing for off-duty work. That's essentially what it is. And so from an efficiency status, to free up time from my staff to handle billing, invoicing, all the stuff that goes along with it, they're saying, displace that over to finance. You'd have better tracking, better billing, things of that sort. In our communications with finance and Mr. Zeller specifically, the tracking, the billing process would be really no different than what we're doing, just offloading it to them. And so we feel at this point that we can handle it with what we have, and without a need to put more work on finance, and we can still be efficient and effective and transparent is the other part.
So they were just talking about offloading the billing portion of it, not the booking and scheduling.
Correct. Yeah. So the billing, Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Boyette, we'll just keep going around. Councilmember Aspelin, I don't know.
So, Captain, I noticed that in 2025, we went to 3 medium priority calls versus 1. Why did you do that? Was that a CPSM recommendation? And how does the dispatcher know if it's medium 1, 2, or 3?
Yes, Councilmember Boyette, great question. So we're gonna get a little into the weeds here because this is a technical question. Essentially, the long of the story short is we use a priority protocol dispatching system that is kind of like emergency medical dispatching that codes your calls in their own priority. However, that interfaces with our CAD system from Tyler Tech. That CAD system is only capable of prioritizing a call by its type and then by its priority, meaning, high priority, critical, medium 1, medium 2, or medium 3. Oftentimes those are categorized by whether the call is either in progress, just occurred, or it was cold. It's not in progress anymore. So our CAD system has us limited, and this is why we branched out the disturbances to disturbance physical, disturbance verbal, disturbance, that kind of stuff, right? Is because at the end of the day, all those calls land to a call type, i.e. disturbance, and it's either in progress, just occurred, or not in progress, and that's what gives us those critical high priority medium 1, medium 2, medium 3. And so adding those 3 mediums was our ability to say these types of medium calls, medium 1, are more important than the medium 2. The medium 2 is more important than medium 3. And so when these get coded by CAD, the dispatchers know that we go to medium 1s before we go to medium 2s and vice versa. So it's out of the the way that the CAD system starts to choose the data and where it goes. And that's been one of the things that we're learning here, especially with LERMS and Tyler Tech, is we all want our software or our data to do something for us, but sometimes it just doesn't. The data doesn't work like you want it to, and the software doesn't do what you want it to do because it's not programmed that way as well. So that's why it's taken us so long to just come to these numbers here, is just us learning of what we want the data to do, but what can it do? What is it capable of? So.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Tiswell, anything for Councilmember Aspenlighter?
Thanks, Assistant Chief Mayo. I had a couple questions for you around the detective side of things. You had indicated you have identified two that you're gonna promote up to the Detectives Bureau. I know in our last budget we approved 2 additional to detective, and those 2 were to focus on DV, but be in the General Detective Bureau, able to be called out on, that was our intent when we passed that budget amendment. So I guess I'm looking for some clarity on where exactly are those 2 detectives gonna go? What's their priority gonna be? And where is that in alignment with what we did the last budget?
So we did, Councilmember, we did increase one at that time, or 1 to DV, and she's there now. So there's 2 sitting there now.
Investigator though, right? Not a detective.
She's an investigator, right? Of the 2 that that are coming up, if we need to allocate them only to DV, then we can do that if that's the case where the call load says we need to go, and if the council wants to get that deep into the weeds to where they're specific about where they want assignments, then I guess we can entertain that as long as that's what we want to do. I guess I was not aware specifically, so I'll take ignorance on that. That's my fault. That's where those were supposed to go to. My intent was to put them into general detectives so I could use those for violent crimes against people, which often does have the overlap into DV, because we do have some overlap, right? It's not complete as far as a break between every time this crime comes in, it goes to one group or the other. There is some overlap in those depending upon different factors of the case.
Follow, Mr. Mayor. I generally agree with where you're going there. However, like we were pretty specific as we were talking about those budget amendments that these were coming, and their focus was supposed to be on DV cases where we have statistics that show we got 50% or more above of our violent crimes calls are family violence related. That was kind of the direction we were headed. So I guess I just want some assurance that we're tracking that way, understanding. I think our give back was that these folks could get called back out and assigned per caseload, but DV was not intended to be their side hustle.
Mayor, if I can interject, please.
Yeah, Councilmember Aspenlighter. Sure.
Yeah,
Chief.
Councilman, what you're referring to is all the personnel that was allocated to the department, and specifically our investigations division were hired. We have little delay in deployment because we are basically eviscerated right now with retirements and whatnot. But what you're referring to is we are postured now to really separate the division into the crimes against the family, which includes the DV, which includes kids, those type of things, and then all the other stuff. And so we essentially are postured to do that, as the assistant chief was talking about, specific to case assignment is not necessarily how we're split up to do business. You got people that are doing the crimes against the people, or crimes against people, crimes against property, but we'll also further delineate that with family type crimes. So that's what it is that the direction of the council was, and that's what we're postured to do now. Again, it's just getting the staff up there and then getting those group of people that are handling the respective cases. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, last one. Chief, I appreciate the clarity there, and I just want to make sure that I'm crystal clear. Those 2 detectives are going into, they're going to be detectives. They're going into crimes against people that unit if we don't have it, but I mean, that's the block that they're gonna land. Is that what I understand?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilor Getty?
Assistant Chief, just as this discussion went on with the two positions that we had for the detectives, it sounds like you have a bigger need in the detectives. Could you tell me how many more detectives you need in that department?
To give a specific wish list number would be a little bit erroneous for me right now to just pull a number out, right? I'm operating with what we have and what we have coming and trying to be as best I can with steward of that money. So just for me to say I need 6, I don't have that off the top of my head as to how many we're going to need for caseload wise.
You could
We're
get
trying
back
to
to us on that.
balance so that our primary investigators carry no more than 10 cases at a time. That's the goal. I can get back to you with that if that
That
will
would be
help.
great. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Ripsis? Councilor Rogers? Councilor Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to kind of jump in where we picked off on the family violence detectives. And I want to make sure I'm understanding too, because prior to this current budget cycle, we had one DVI that was grant funded. We had one sort of felony investigator from the Attorney General's office when that position was filled. And then there was a third added. Is that right?
Councilmember, yeah, our original DVI was not grant funded, it was grant supported.
Right. Okay. fine.
Okay, and then the state dedicated an investigator, and I don't think that has come to solid fruition.
Yeah, I think that's been
yet.
a little.
And then the follow-up action by council gave us bodies enough with the additional FTEs to create that second DVI. So we have 2 full-time DVIs assigned to that unit right now.
Okay, but neither of those are detectives.
No.
So
So
we're clear that the amendment that Councilmember Kennedy offered and that I think most of us supported was additional FTE to add 2 detectives to the family violence unit. And Chief, I think you characterized it really accurately, that it shouldn't just be domestic violence. It should be all that basket of stalking and menacing and harassing and crimes against children and whatever you all think is appropriate to hit that category of crimes against family. But there should be 2 additional detectives eventually assigned to that unit, correct?
right, which is the 2 that need to go up.
Okay. So we're all on track. We're not just poaching one unit. We're adding 2 new people.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Well, we need to be.
I'm watching your other 2 heads here to make sure.
We need to, yeah, it's correct because I said so. What we need to be very careful of, however, is staffing up all these specialized units and what we're talking about, but that comes at the cost of the patrol division.
And that's what we're trying really hard to avoid. So you have to help us. How do we avoid that so that we're clear that we are trying to add capacity, not just rearrange the deck chairs?
Again, we had an anomaly of a year with some significant retirements. And it takes 2 weeks to say, thanks, I'm gone. And it takes 8 months from start to finish to get a full-grown donut-eating cop on the street. And so that's the process that we have. We hire post-certified officers to cut that period or that time period down so we can get them on the street. As it stands right now, we have 6 in field training, which I think they're on their last week. They'll be out on their own. We have 6 in the academy, which will graduate, I believe, in April. And we have 6 that we just hired. So the hiring process is ongoing and we're cranking them out as fast as we can. But the number one priority, regardless of, what other division says that they're the backbone of the police department, it is patrol.
Mhm.
We absolutely have to respond to calls for service. So graphs like this don't go, 911 can you hold, or I have nobody to send because I've only got 6 officers on the street, but detectives is fully staffed. And so that's what we're very mindful. It's a balancing game. Same with the promotions. These individuals here are essentially, you're going to get promoted, but I can't because we have to backfill and we're taking people off the street to do that. And so that's what we're playing with right now. But everything that you talk about is totally accurate. We have fulfilled our obligations and our promises to you and the citizens, and we'll continue to do so best we can.
Mayor, I have one more question that I want
Ahead.
to ask. If you're all right, though, we don't often get to have all these 5 people sitting at our table. I'd like them all to be able to answer if they're interested in. Is that all right with you? Gina, the
yeah,
chief,
sure.
and the judge, everyone who's sitting here?
Yeah, just recognize that, of course, we'll get to the CGL
Yep.
court part.
Yep, but it
next.
really speaks to our overall sort of system efficiency. And really, I think this issue of we have to have a pipeline of workers, right? We have to be able to hire officers and keep them. And part of that is they want to be able to do their jobs. They want to be able to arrest people and put them away, right? And so I'm told that the short-term detention facility that we have funded, helped fund with the county, is under construction and in fact a little bit ahead of schedule and might open yet this fall. When we do that, we're going to have the ability to arrest people every day. At the same time, that is a pre-arraignment hold. We need to be able to move people on, whether they are released on GPS monitoring, whether they go to the big house, whatever they do. We have an opportunity here to improve the morale of our officers and improve our overall system efficiency by continuing the good work to cut down on failures to appear and all those sorts of things. But I believe, and I think you guys would agree, that there's going to be a portion of those people who are best served not in the justice system. They need to be diverted out. We need to have some sort of either officer-based or prosecution-based diversion strategy as early as we possibly can. Like ideally before Judge Kolar sees them, there has been some offer of diversion, whether the officers do it, whether the prosecutor does it with a deferred prosecution offer or something. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do we need to be doing now to operationalize and mobilize so that we don't create a facility where we're not turning over beds, so that we are creating a system to arrest people, hold them until they see a judge, but then get them moving through and out of the system just as fast as reasonably possible? I would love to hear any and all thoughts on that really critical topic.
Council member from the group Boots on the Ground side of, yeah, we are looking forward to having that option and that ability. It'll certainly alleviate some pressure, and the citizens will be pleased too that said individual isn't standing back in front of their business or whatnot. I think that it is incumbent upon us to make sure that if we can release people with notice to appears, and we do all the time, to do that as much as we can to free up space. Sometimes people need to go there. I would say we're probably not the people to decide what the deferred prosecution is. That's certainly falls in Gina's bailiwick. But I think as far as who goes in there and who doesn't go in there, with a little bit of discipline and understanding on our officers' part, we can play a huge role on that. Chief Valdez and his staff's up here a little bit later. We need to get crew up and running again, because that was an absolute win for the police department. And it was very selfish and self-serving, but our officers went, spent 5 minutes, turned those individuals over to the crew professionals, and we are off doing something else. Okay. And if not, right now, I got to find some place to put them. And the holding facility is not it. But I can see some of our officers going, oh, that's quite handy, and we'll let the judge deal with it in 72 hours. And that's not the right place for them. Right. So, again, we'll work our end, make sure only people that belong in there need to be in there. And some of them do. But we're certainly all about diversion as well. And on most of them mental health issues that we're dealing with. And so again, if we can reactivate crews somehow, some way, find some place to take people, we're all the better for that.
If I may, thank you, Councilmember. My name's Sam Honkoop. I'm a general prosecutor for the City Attorney's Office. I just filled in this evening to give some boots on the ground from the City Attorney's Office. We've had some success with the MAP program, which has been, as of a year or two ago, reinstituted, taking street-level offenders with an interest in treatment directly both to YCDF and then out to treatment as soon as possible. So that's served as something of a diversion program for street-level offenders to continue having, like you said, as quickly as possible to maintain our partnerships with Rimrock or Alternatives or the Mental Health Center to have interested parties moved as quickly as possible to their next steps. I think that we'll have to work with some interface with the court on that. Obviously, when there's a warrant issued, only a judge can quash that. But generally, the Billings Municipal Court has been very understanding and very easy to reach when it's important that someone be released to a location. So we'll continue to work on that and to institute it with a short-term detention center, but that's certainly something that is considered from YCDF as well.
What if you're looking at the process? Are you guys ready to turn, get some referrals?
So, I would say often we have 20 to 30 defendants appearing from jail every morning.
Only 20. Only has lots of 20.
I'm breaking into a sweat, council member. Ultimately, I think that it's an issue both of willingness. I think that often to have a defendant or an inmate being held certainly increases willingness to be willing to be diverted. But that being said, not all defendants are in the state of mind where they would like to head to somewhere else. But that being said, I currently don't think we have a ton of spaces left. I mean, obviously, there's a huge need for treatment facilities in Billings, and that I think when they're interested, we certainly have a ready staff, and the Billings Municipal Court works hard to get people placed where they want to go if they have an interest. So I don't think currently we are staffed for that.
Okay,
Judge.
so, want me to answer?
Yeah.
Or is this on? Okay, so interesting you should ask that. Because of the study, we did go to a training in New York, and it was free. They paid for it. They invited us. And it's called Project Reset. And we're very interested in that. And it's a diversion of low-level misdemeanors that we can divert into that. Maybe they don't even go into the system. Can't give you a lot of details because that's one of our 5-year goals that we're going to be working on it in council. When we do present our budget, I'll have a little bit more information for you, kind of our plans, what we're trying to do. But it is exactly what you said, and gets them out of the system. We have to get organizations to work with this, mental health, counselors, and so that is something we're really interested in. And that's going to be part of one of the things we're working on with our study.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
I
Councilmember
don't know
Gill?
if we're ready for 20 more at this point.
Okay.
We'll do it.
All right, council, that was almost an hour, so we'll try to wrap up. Thank you, everyone. Anything else critical before we say goodbye to this fine crew? I also want to give an opportunity for public comment on this item too. Okay, why don't you stay put, just we'll see if there's any public comment that you need to respond to. Is there any public comment on item number 1? Any public comment on what you've just heard, the CPSM study? Any public comment? No one is coming forward. Any public comment? Final call. No one's coming forward. We'll close the public comment period now. Chief and company, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. I trust we won't be back in 30 days.
We hope not. But we do appreciate your regular input. That was a request made by council, and we'll work out, I don't know if we have a schedule, quarterly or something, something that vicinity.
We'll report to you, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, our next item up is our municipal court update. Welcome, Judge Kolar, again. And I think we also have Gina with us, so you'll be commenting on this one as well. So I don't know if you've developed any tag team plan here, but I'll just turn it over to you, Judge, to start, and then I'll turn it over to Gina, and then counsel, you can direct your questions to either the judge or to Gina or anybody else.
All right.
Judge Kolar.
So thank you, council.
And these are really pretty fickle, so you have to have them pretty close to your mouth.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor and council. I have a lot of updates. We're really excited. We've most of the things that don't cost us money, we've actually implemented. So I'm going to go through a couple of them that we have. Obviously, we got our second judicial division up and running. We're in our new area. Last Monday was my first day in the new courtroom. Love it. Thank you. Lots of space. I feel like the technology it's great. We're learning how to do different things with cameras and lots of control of that. Bailiffs, I have control over it. Who's on the screen, who's not on the screen. So that's very exciting. Our failures to appear have been reduced in some of the things in our court processes, the master schedule that I've talked about. We set Omni, calendar call, bench trials. And so what happens, why the failures go down is because if there's anything that's less than a year of a sentence, I can, if the person, I tell them, if you do not show up for your calendar call, you waive your right to a jury trial and we can have a bench trial. If they don't show up to the bench trial, then we have a trial in their absence. The city has been very prepared and we're having a lot of these cases. We're getting them processed. So their backlog, don't really have a backlog, but we're moving cases pretty quick. And which is great because the city is resolving those or getting offers out. Like I stated the last time I saw you guys, it just gets better and better. Cases are resolving quickly. People are coming to court, first appearances, and they're pleading guilty. They know all their rights, they know the maximums, but they're pleading and not coming back to another court date. Thus, another court date means if they don't show up, it's a failure to appear. So we're really lowering our failures to appear. We're working on, one of the things was protective orders in the study, said they thought we should review those a little bit quicker. Average that I used to review them were 2 days. I get them and I review them in 2 days. Normally, it's as soon as I get them, I review them. I do have one on my desk that I'm trying to think about. So it does take a little bit on some of them. I have to review them and figure out what I'm going to do with them. Mental health stuff, we have the city and the Defense Council have really been stepping up with that, finding cases that there might be some competency issues. They're asking for evaluations to be done earlier in the system or in the process, so we're not waiting till last minute. I can think of probably four of them, and usually it's like right at the end, it's like, oh, this person's not competent, so it really slows down the case. We have a compliance manager, which is the one that we did appoint somebody to do that, which is our revocations. So we do have a lot of revocations. We're working on our revocations because that was one of the things that they said there's a lot of revocations. That does inundate our system a little bit. People do have to follow their sentences, but we've been reviewing those a little closer. Judge Heller and I have, we do review them, but there's some that there's a revocation, the person's sitting in jail. And we're like, can they really do their sentence? So we're trying to review those. If you're sitting in jail, you're not going to be able to do your sentence. So revoking them probably isn't the right thing, especially if they're going to go off to DOC. So we're saving time on that. Let's see, what else do I have? Lots of things. Technology, we're working on a Yellowstone County full court portal. So all the district court judges have access to that. So again, when we do the arraignment court, that the judges who do it, they have access to all of our stuff and what's going on in our cases. That's kind of been the issue, is that a defendant will get many different conditions of release, and it's easier if you actually can see whatever court has seen them and what they're gonna, what condition they need to be abiding by. Email texting, reminders, we're working on that. We are working with FCE and Helena. They said that they can do it. That's what we heard. They can do it, but it might cost a little bit more money. But we're saying you need to do this. This is really important. And it does save money. eSite, we will be asking the council during budget. This year, I'm probably going to start asking for some money. Don't really know if I'm going to get it, but these things are really important. The eSite, it cuts down on the point of entry. It can upload to our full court. I don't have, a staff having to enter 50 tickets, and we don't have to have the police department entering them. It is one spot, it's entered, it's there, it uploads. And I think it's going to be about $15,000 we're going to ask for. But that will save time and money for staff, and people's cases will be seen quicker and not waiting. Like a lot of times people come to court and they've been told they're supposed to be at a certain date, they're supposed to be there, we get them, we don't have the ticket. And it's not any fault of anybody, it's just that we have so many tickets to enter, the police department has so many tickets to enter, then my staff has to, used to be run downstairs, now I guess it's upstairs, and find that ticket and then bring it down to court so that person can be seen. Because again, they're supposed to be, they were given that court date, but their ticket isn't ready for them to be seen, and I have no information in front of me. Overcrowding, we have the average stay for municipal court cases we've never had a long average stay with the studies. They did that study. Ours is actually pretty good number, but it's actually going down. We're like 3 days over the average. I don't know if that's what it was but it's actually pretty good, again, because it shows that the city and the court and the defense counsel, they are working together to get these cases resolved. You know, if a person's one another thing, and I don't know if the city knows that I've been doing this, but if I get a list, person's been in jail on bond for 30 days, I review those to say, okay, this bond, what has changed? Can we get this person out? Can there be an offer? Can we get the parties working on it? So that, sorry, my phone, I don't know how to turn it off. It's on silent, but it keeps on going, technology. So anyway, we've been doing that and that's been helpful. It's getting people out quicker. This is the other thing we might be asking for. And again, you have people that are on GPS before release. Some of these cases, they need to be, it's a danger to the victim on domestic sometimes. And so they need GPS before release. Sometimes it's after. The ones that need GPS before, they're held on bond because they can't afford GPS before they get out. And so the pre-trial, we've asked for the last budget, we're gonna ask for more this time because we do believe that will help with the jail, that they're being monitored outside the jail and can get out and get back to their jobs, and there's a safety of the victims, and plus we know where they're at. The arraignment court, I hear that we are going to be involved with it at May or June 2025. We're ready. We are going to meet with the judges so they can, for the expectations, Judge Walker, I think she's one of the ones that wants to meet with us. We're going to meet soon and discuss what we expect. And hopefully when we get some of those information, then we'll go back to the city and say, this is what we're looking at. That is what I have. Any questions?
Very good, thank you. Let's give it over to Gina, and then we'll come back to you if that's okay, because you might touch on something that's relevant to both of you. Gina?
I just have a couple of slides that I was going to try to pop up on the screen here. Okay, thank you, Kevin. I just had just a couple of slides, so I thought I'd pop those up on the screen. I think some of the things that I'm going to share will kind of echo what Judge Kolar just set forth, but I just put together a couple of slides. These are actually slides that we used. I think previously we had a short discussion at some point during a work session, but as you know, there were about 14 recommendations made in the CGL report, and we just kind of synthesized that down to 3 different categories: the automation and information sharing, the jail capacity issue, and enhancing justice and efficiency. And there were actually only a few recommendations that were specific to the prosecutor's office, but obviously our office is very invested in all of this and has been working as much as possible with the other agencies and the court to implement the recommendations as best we can. And so with regard to, just want to share a couple of things with regard to these 3 categories. What we've done for the automation and information sharing is, well, first of all, I think I shared this previously. We did reach out to the state to set up an interface between our case management system and the state's full court enterprise, and as well as the state's e-filing system. But they were not in a position to help us with that at this point. They were still rolling out full court enterprise to all the jurisdictions, and they were not able to engage in any additional projects at that time. So I have asked them, I don't expect that they will reach out to us, but I plan to contact them again, probably more towards the end, probably around the fall. I'm hoping they'll be done with their rolling out a full court enterprise to the other jurisdictions and see if they are in a position to cooperate with that. Because I think that one of the most important parts of this system, maybe the most expensive part of these recommendations, is that the information sharing is problematic. We need some new technology so that our systems talk to each other and streamline the data so that, like Judge Kohler mentioned, not everybody's not re-entering the same information, and none of the systems really talk to each other at this point. And if we could do that, I think that would really create some efficiencies that would save a ton of time and assist all of the different agencies in information sharing. There are some ways to develop some systems, but that will take some dedicated staffing to investigate how to create, using our current case management system, a full court, LERMs, and things like that. There are some ways to do it. I'm not the person to answer those questions. I don't know how that works, which is exactly why we would need some dedicated staffing to investigate and look into those issues. Our prosecutors do have access to LERMs and the correction system. The public access portal can access the different full court, justice court, district court, and municipal court, and our prosecutors do that now in response to, well, we've always done that, but it also addresses one of the specific recommendations of the CGL report. The recommendation on page 8, I believe it was, to promote a coordinated response. So our prosecutors do use this technology to its fullest capabilities to account for defendants with cases in all the different courts, to coordinate a response. And because there has been a problem where district court or justice court or municipal court imposes certain pretrial conditions, and then it's, for example, a monitoring with alternatives, and then another court will impose the pretrial monitoring with a different program, and that just gets the defendant confused and they don't know where to go. And so our prosecutors do their best to check those systems to avoid those kinds of conflicts in their pretrial monitoring. One of the biggest things that our prosecutors have done in response to the recommendations, and this is addresses more of the jail capacity issue, is they have really shifted the focus to early case resolution and devoted a lot of resources to the open court appearances. Judge Kohler talked a little bit about this as well. We make sure prosecutors are available to work to resolve cases during jail arraignments as best as possible. Our prosecutors have created blank plea offer templates for arraignments. Those will facilitate resolution during initial appearances. Prosecutors also created charge-specific templates and have also requested a dedicated printer to be located in municipal court in order to print plea offers specific to defendants. That would help facilitate resolving those cases right on the spot as well, instead of having to run up and down the stairs and pausing and continuing a hearing to get a plea agreement, a written offer for the defendant. This focus on early resolution has really benefited the system. It's really reduced costs related to prosecution time, to public defender representation, the court resources, arrests. It has reduced the failures to appear. And in fact, the court has provided information to our office that these efforts have reduced the failures to appear to about 20 per week. So that's a significant decline that has really improved the system. I think, I'm not sure if the judge mentioned the master trial schedule that has been implemented. I think we were chatting or whispering, so I didn't hear that, but that has been a really notable efficiency improvement, so I won't talk about that one again. Let's see. Oh, one of the other things that our office has done in focusing on the jail capacity issue is implementing a direct filing process. And this is essentially a process where law enforcement will file a complaint directly to the court in cases where it's clear that a suspect should be charged, but in the past they hadn't been charged because they weren't present at the scene. But this process has provided the ability for the law enforcement officer to directly file a complaint, thereby bypassing the referral to our office for review. This has really been a pretty good success and has really reduced our dismissal and declination rates. It avoids the unnecessary delay in getting a review from our office before charges are filed, and under those circumstances where it's really justified that that person get charged right away. So that has been a significant improvement in our process for reviewing those referrals. Let's see. With regard to the diversions we've talked about a little bit already. The general prosecutors already routinely utilize diversions when they're appropriate. The domestic violence unit also considers pretrial diversions. Those are a little bit less standard. The grant funds, the VAWA and the VOCA funds, certainly they actually prohibit a default resolution using diversions, but those are still utilized in the appropriate cases. So we already do that. We don't have a standard. We don't have specific standards. Those are really discretionary, and they're used in certain kinds of cases when generally it depends on the evidence. It also, if a defendant has committed an offense that's really out of character for them, or it's not in line with their history, that's when deferred prosecution agreements are generally used. But we have used those regularly, and that's not anything new to our office. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to touch on with regard to our responses to the recommendations. I have one more slide here that I just wanted to share. And this is just kind of more of about what council could do, I guess, to help us and could assist in this process. And again, Judge Kolar mentioned some of these things already. If council wanted to consider funding pretrial monitoring services, I know that there are some subsidies for like GPS and the scrams and things like that, but there's never enough. There's always people who need those and that can't afford to do them. And that would really help get those people out of the jail and while still being monitored. And the grant, like I said, the grant funds are never enough to cover the need for those. The probably the biggest assistance that council could do is fund the investment in the software that's needed for BPD, municipal court, our office, the sheriff's office, the justice court, for the communication and coordination between all the criminal justice agencies. That's where I see the biggest need and the most significant cost. I think that would solve a lot of some of the issues, a lot of the issues that we're seeing the lack of communication between the agencies. So that would really be that would really be a significant improvement in the system. Finally, I think there's also a need for staffing. I know that the court has, I don't think that this is the title, a court compliance officer, but there's additional need for some sort of a compliance officer that would coordinate for pretrial services in municipal court. I think that that would be a significant improvement. When we start participating in arraignment court, there's really going to be need for staffing. It's my understanding the court may need a clerk. Our office would need a victim witness specialist and potentially a prosecutor to cover that, as well as the, I wrote technology systems, but I can't recall what that one was. I apologize. So, oh, yes, I do remember. So there is a portion in the update report that I provided that indicates that there is all this need for the software and the technology, but the city doesn't have any dedicated staff to investigate, doesn't have any dedicated staff to learn what the needs are, to understand, and just simply dedicated to that process. It's people like me, or the prosecutors, our clerks, our paralegals, our VWs, people who have day-to-day work and that's urgent and it's bombarding them and they don't have time to set all that stuff aside and focus on what is it that we need and who do we talk to at the other agencies. We need to investigate all this. There really needs to be somebody who's got the expertise or the time to learn and investigate that. And that's what I see a huge need, not only in our office, but the city as a whole. I think that could really benefit and help determine what the actual needs are. I see the same problem in the BPD. They've been trying to investigate what something beyond LERMs for a few years now and just haven't been able to pull that trigger for a variety of reasons, but I also think it's because they don't have sufficient staffing to look at that and figure out what they need and talk to the different partners and agencies to see what the best alternative would be. So those are what I think council could assist with in this process.
Very good. Thank you, Gina. Very interesting, very informative, you and the judge. For members of the council or members of the public who might be interested, the CGL report that was referenced here was done about a year ago, and you can get a copy of it by looking at the City Council's packet for today. And also, City Attorney's Office prepared a 6-page summary of some of the things that Gina's been talking about, things they've been doing in response to that study. So that's also part of our packet for anybody who's interested. We started over here for questions last time. We were over here. Councilor Rowan, and we go this direction.
Gina, could we get that slide back up? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
Sorry.
I think it's worth noting to both of you, we've come a long way in a year. I mean, this is really tremendous work. And given that you still have to do your day jobs, all of these system level improvements are pretty significant. But there's still, as you, I think, have both identified, lots of opportunities here. So to these three specifically, Gina, I just want to sort of share my thoughts and let you respond. If the recommendation, I heard it from the judge, I hear it from you, is that we be able to subsidize GPS units so that people are not unnecessarily holding beds at YCDF, I am for that. But I'm most for it if we're coordinating with our other courts, right? I don't want someone with an ankle bracelet on each ankle, right? Because they're in different courts. So the same is true with software. There is a data group, and I hope someone from the city attorney office participates in it. But I think there's a very real question of whether or not Yellowstone County has hit the point that we need our own data system. If the state won't help us, we might have to do something that's just here for us. And we need to be having the software and the tech conversation with all of our other justice partners. I will tell you that I'm hopeful that there will be a change of heart and we will be in arraignment court sooner than May. I would love to have a budget conversation if there's going to be a request for additional staff. I would love to have it after you've been there for 7 weeks, after you've been there for 8 weeks. I'd love to see you in there next week and then be able to come to us and say, you know, we've been doing this for a few weeks now. We really know what this looks like, and here's the staff we really need to make it work. I'm not excited about funding staff without us having tried it first, and I'd like to see us get in there sooner rather than later. So, Gina, I hear you saying that you guys are very busy and need more people to help. But some of the things where we could work with our other justice partners might help us be more efficient. So how can we get there sooner? How can we get to the multi-jurisdictional collaboration sooner so that we've got the proper context around these requests? And then I have just one more, Mayor, and I'll be done.
Well, for the arraignment court, I think, like the judge said, as soon as as soon as we are told that the court is starting, we will be there.
It started. It started.
Well,
2 weeks ago.
I mean municipal court. As soon
Oh,
as municipal court starts, we will be there. I mean,
Right, and
that's
the reason I said, we want to make sure we were moved, we were comfortable, which we're actually
Right.
pretty comfortable. And then it's either May or June, but we could be sooner, but you know, that's up to Judge Carter, and when those guys, when they want to start taking our cases, we have that meeting with the judges, we were planning that really quick, so it could be quicker. But we just kind of gave a date.
And
We
I-
had a lot of moving parts.
yeah, and I honestly don't know which cases. I guess I'm not in a position to say when we should start, frankly, because the last meeting I was at was some time ago, and Judge Carter essentially said, "We're going to get rolling, and then we'll bring you into the fold."
do you think?
So
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
no,
off.
no, you're
Do
fine.
you think you could commit to sending someone to the next arraignment court? I think they're every Wednesday. Could you at least get some prosecutors watching?
I think there is. I think we have at least one prosecutor who's watching
great.
now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
she's at least watching. But yeah,
And then I want to just very quickly ask to a point that both of you had raised about competency. There is a bill moving through, and I noticed it isn't on our tracker list. It's HB 236, which would allow people to be held up to 60 days at YCDF or at a hospital for competency evaluations, rather than being transferred to the state hospital for that. And I'm curious as to your thoughts. Is this good because it keeps people in the community so we can get to them faster? Or is it troublesome to think about people being held for 60 days in a non-therapeutic environment instead of going to the hospital? And I saw, Gina, and I'd love you to comment on it, a comment in your summary about people getting transferred to the hospital and then out of the community. And I don't think that's true. I think there's a little bit of a revolving door where they get sent for evaluation and they get kicked right back to us. So Judge Gina, please.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
So on that, I do think it's they're identifying individuals that do have competency issues, and they're putting those motions in front of me, and I'm ordering a local council doctor to go down and evaluate them, and I've had a lot more than normal. You send them to the Springs, it costs us $60,000+. So that costs the city. So I'm more of an advocate to keep them here, so we're not paying because the city's going to pay for that. And you guys have been working on that. So I didn't know about the bill. It's good to know. We're kind of working towards that already. So it's interesting.
yeah, I'm not aware of the bill either. I'm just pulling it up right now to take a look. But I would agree with Judge Kolar. I think that when they do get sent to the state hospital, in my experience, it has just been a revolving door.
Mhm.
They're often there for a couple of days, sometimes a week or two, and then they're, medicated and released.
I would just encourage us to look at it in the context of jail overcrowding. If someone's trying to be
Yeah.
observed over an extended period of time in a non-therapeutic environment, if we're going to see ourselves back in a overcrowding, an even worse overcrowding issue.
Yeah.
So not something to resolve today. Just wanted to put it on your radar screen since both of you mentioned it, and on Chris's as
Right.
well.
And holding them for 60 days might be problematic. I know they have to be observed, but that's why we're getting, like, one of the doctors, I'm not his name here, but he's been working really hard on doing the stuff, his recommendation, and they review it, and then we decide what we need to do. City resolves the case, they release the person to something, they have to do mental health, they have to go to Riverstone or wherever. So we are kind of moving faster, I believe.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Go this direction, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, did you go to the project reset?
I did not.
I'm really confused by this whole, we do diversion when it's appropriate kind of thing. And I really hope we don't have to wait 5 years to get to this.
No, but
this
that was
point.
one of our goals. I think we're gonna do it sooner, but we do, again, gotta
But it,
figure out.
it kind of has to be prosecutor led.
Absolutely,
Right? So,
yes.
so this idea of we kind of do it when it's appropriate, we do a lot, it should be the default. And if we're just talking about the nonviolent misdemeanors, we're not talking about DV stuff, but the nonviolent misdemeanors, what percent of cases that come through your office is that? Is that 80, 30, 50? Do you have a guess on
You're asking,
nonviolent misdemeanors?
you're asking what percent of our cases are nonviolent?
Yeah.
I don't have that number, but
Thefts,
Anec-
traffic.
Anecdotally, wild guess, is it?
I don't know that I could guess.
Me.
Is it at least 50-50?
No, I think there's more.
Yeah, I would
It's
I would
more
say,
on the nonviolent side than on the violent side?
I think so.
yeah, I
is-
mean,
is
especially
there-
when you look at there's traffic
Yeah, yeah.
cases.
That's
yeah.
great. So is there any recommendation in here? If we were to use this project reset type approach with where all, nonviolent misdemeanors were diverted out of the court system before they ever got there, is there any other recommendation on the table that would eliminate like 50% of the cases coming through judges' chambers? And I know it doesn't like get all the work. I mean, it's not 100% reduction on your guys because you have to manage the referral to the whatever agency is going to be administering this project reset type, diversion program. But it seems like a huge payoff. And before we start talking about adding, if we're talking about funding something, that to me seems like something that should be at the top of the list.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would note there is some statutory presumptions for deferral that should be considered. A theft less than $100 has a statutory presumption of deferral. I would note nonviolent misdemeanors includes DUI. We see a significant amount, at least in my experience. I hope Judge Kolar could concur, of repeat offenders. I would think that a lot of our time is spent on offenders who have no interest in maintaining a clean record. When we state that we're considering deferrals on the front end, I think that has been a big part of our shift at the city attorney's office to being available at the initial appearance of defendants. Defendants who are voluntarily appearing before the court are a significant subsection of defendants, and taking the opportunity to, when they take life by the reins and decide to see Judge Kolar themselves and determine where to go from there, to have a prosecutor standing there trying to figure out with them what we can be doing to put them on the path of not seeing them again, has a huge reward and benefit. And yes, that often does include a deferred sentence to have the carrot of a clean record.
I think we're not talking about deferred sentences here. We're talking about prosecutorial diversion, right? So they don't ever get into a courtroom.
So a partial issue, I would say, with pretrial diversion, which is less common.
Pre-arraignment?
Yes, pre-arraignment
Okay.
diversion is being able to contact a defendant before they are a defendant. When they are charged with a crime, you're implicating their constitutional rights. So to have a prosecutor reaching out beforehand, before they've been advised of their rights by the judge, has implications. That being
But
said,
none of these are new issues, right? I mean, yeah, please.
Not at this training. It was quick. We had to, we were invited, we went, we were paid. So they didn't go, but so the diversion is basically where it becomes kind of problematic is we're talking, like you said, make the contact, not charging them with a crime. They're diverted. They're not even charged, which I know we have to pick out which crimes. Are we willing to do this? Does the community think this is a safe thing? And it works in Ohio. I'd like to go see their program again. But the issue also rises is that the prosecutor makes that decision if they're going to prosecute it or not. And here's where the issue becomes. It helps. So there's a direct file. They just talked about direct file and how wonderful that is and how they're getting into the system quicker. The problem is then there's no prosecution determined. It's the cop that's determining that. And then they are charging them with the thing. So what happens is they aren't seeing a prosecutor's not reviewing it, said, you know what, I'm not going to charge this one. This is a theft first. There's some restitution. They need to pay the restitution. They go into this diversion, right? So there's a lot of things we've got to work through. I'm going to work with the city. Lots of interesting things with it. It does work different places, but I don't know how it works yet. I mean, they did the speech and I was like, I had my questions. So, and or hopefully we can get ones where they aren't even charged. And what does the community think of that?
That's good. I think it's quickly becoming a best practice. And I think we need to be working there because, I mean, we can work on getting people through the system more efficiently, but if we can get them so that they don't even interact with the system, and still have, restorative justice, making retribution or restitution for not eliminating accountability, but keeping them out of the system. There are all kinds of benefits to that, not only to the system itself, but to the individual. So I like I said, I hope it doesn't take 5 years. If we have to look at funding something, that would be top of my list.
Right, and I hope it's not 5 years, but I have to have a 5-year goal.
Yeah.
So
All right, that'd be great. Look into it, but there has to be some consequence. We're not just going to say,
Right.
"Oh, never mind."
right, and that's what my
And
thought
they may be out of the
was.
court system, but they're into the diversion system, which who knows, might be more
And our
expensive depending what
community may
that
not
looks
like
like.
that.
So,
So we do need to explore and get community buy-in on that as
yeah. Keep moving this direction. Councilmember Kennedy, Councilmember Aspenlider, Councilmember Tidswell, Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Neese, Chris, Councilmember Gillick. Man, oh man. Okay, very good. Back to Councilmember Repsis.
Thank you. So if nobody else had anything, then the only other thing that I didn't hear about, one of the recommendations was about metrics and publishing metrics, calculating, metrics on, system flow and all kinds of things. How long cases take, how long they take to get from the point they're, I don't know, charged to complete it or whatever that is. I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about metrics and putting those things. So I would hope by the time we start getting through budget season and those presentations come, we start seeing some of those metrics. I know they're probably hard to calculate. There are all kinds of issues with getting data out of the systems, but I hope we're also keeping an eye on that specific recommendation.
And I guess I forgot, and that was just a comment. I guess I forgot to ask myself whether I had any question. I did have one. Can somebody give us a rough idea of what electronic monitoring costs? Because what the report says is that the cost of electronic monitoring is about 1/10 of the cost of jailing somebody. So it's a real no-brainer from every sort of financial perspective. Why can't we do more of that? What's the cost barrier? How much are we talking about? What would be the goal for additional ankle monitors and somebody to pay attention to them? Yeah, well, and whether we might be able to pay for it depending on the price. So okay, and if you could create that and send it to us in a piece of paper, because I know I'll forget to ask come budget season as a budget request. Okay, great.
And I would just offer up too, there is a pretrial monitoring kind of project in the community. And so there's a bunch of people who have subsidies, but there are some pretrial providers who actually add case management with that. So if we're doing diversion or if we're focusing on failure to appear, some of them have the technology to, literally text a defendant and say, hey, we notice on your GPS you're not on your way to court, and yet this tells us you should be on your way to court. What needs to happen? And so I think this is something worth council talking about. pretty significantly in conjunction with the county and other folks who, the state, I think, funds some pretrial subsidy and yeah. Agreed. So to this point of really making sure we're talking to our other justice partners, I think this is worth talking about too. But to Councilmember Rupp's point, I would hope that we are thinking about diversion strategies at every intersection point, right? I mean, it'd be great to be able to do something before they are charged, but at arraignment, after arraignment, at the omnibus, every opportunity we can to divert someone who doesn't belong in the system out, I think should be our goal. So thank you.
Very good. Let's open for public comment. Was there anybody who'd like to comment on item number 2, our municipal court update? If so, please come to the podium and turn on the microphone and tell us your comments. Just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Any public comment on item number 2? Any public comment on item number 2 before I close the public comment period? No one's coming forward, so we will close the public comment period on item 2. Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate it. Making some good progress here. And welcome to your new home. Council, I guess given our agenda, I'm going to just keep us moving, but you know where the bathrooms are. Feel free. I may want to keep us moving, but nobody else does. So why don't we take a quick break, and we'll be back ASAP. That'll give our Citizen Police Advisory Board members an opportunity to bring up a seat. for not just going home, coming back. We appreciate that. That's a plus. All right, we are then on item number 3, our Citizens Police Advisory Board update. Welcome, members of the board. We appreciate your patience waiting until we get to this item. So with that, we appreciate your being here. We appreciate your service also. And we got a lot to talk about, so let's get right into it. I'll turn it over to Board Chair Carrie Boyder.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name's Carrie Boyder. I'm the chair of the Citizen Police Advisory Board. We have policy recommendations for you tonight in the 4 objective areas that we were assigned by you all to investigate further. We will try to be brief, but we're boiling down about a year's worth of research and analysis into this short presentation and don't want to overlook anything. So as you all know, everything here is advisory in nature. So in order to be implemented, everything presented tonight will require action from either City Council, City Administration, or the Billings Police Department. So quickly, just an overview of what we're going to discuss tonight. We'll talk about us as a group, our goals and objectives. We'll give you a brief progress report on the first 2 years, and then we'll dive into our action plan with a quick look at the process we used. Our policy recommendations will be presented by a different member of the board in each objective area, just to demonstrate our shared knowledge on the topics and the unified vision behind our recommendations. Then we'll wrap up with some defined next steps, and of course, we're happy to answer your questions at the end.
And Carrie, if you'd be sure to introduce your board members.
Yes. There's a slide, and they will also introduce themselves as they're making recommendations. It will, absolutely. We have here Hannah Reno, Denise Boggio, Joe Stout, our past chair, and Kevin Holland. So this board is a mix of citizens and subject matter experts. It is different than the police commission, which really deals with personnel. We're here to give policy recommendations in very specified areas. We are different than other city boards and commissions because we do have those specified deliverables assigned by council. Also, the applicants on this board were all required to have experience in the field in order to apply. It's also a time-limited board, so there are 4-year terms which began in January of 2022. We did not begin meeting until March of 2022, so we did lose about a quarter of our 4-year period. And as currently written, all of our terms will expire at the end of this year. Okay. Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay. So the action required by council would be that if you want us to continue this work, you will need to renew the resolution. And if nothing else, please preserve the materials on the city website so that we can maintain the momentum created by the police board over the past 3 years. All right, one moment here. Okay, the next slide is about our team. And so you'll see a photo of the team, as I promised, where we'll introduce everybody. But we have 7 members, and we are working in partnership with the Billings Police Department. There's those 5 citizen members, the 2 subject matter experts, and then up to 2 ex officio city staff, which include the BPD as well as occasional attendance by city administration. Both Administrator Kukulski and Assistant City Administrator Ifland have joined us. We do have really diverse Is it still coming through on Zoom, or did I just mess it up? Okay, perfect. All right, we're good then. All right. So we do have diverse backgrounds and perspectives represented, all members nominated by mayor and appointed by council. We do currently have one vacancy, which is Zach Tarakidis, which brings me to the next slide, the resolution. So we would have been granted authority under resolution 21-11013. I only put up the second page of that resolution because the first page is mostly whereas clauses. Really, I just want to point out section 5, the appointment of subject matter experts. So we have 2 slots reserved for the Continuum of Care and Substance Abuse Connect. The thinking at the time was that these coalitions best represented the area's experts on homelessness and housing issues, as well as mental health and substance use challenges. We have had two challenges that have surfaced since this resolution was implemented. One is that each coalition needs to appoint their designees annually, which then requires action from you all to approve those people annually, where the rest of us are 4-year terms. This is kind of clunky at best and has presented challenges. But also, the third line of Section 5 specifies so long as coalitions remain active. So without weighing in on the complicated dynamics of either coalition, who decides whether a coalition is active and what happens when a coalition becomes inactive? Does the designated seat cease to exist, or does it get filled by a citizen member? The resolution's mostly silent, so we do need some clarity or perhaps action from you all on this vacancy in order to fill it. It will remain vacant until something happens. Quickly, we'll just go over the goals and objectives and how we determine these. These were all assigned by you again, but for background, for those who weren't part of those discussions, workplace recruitment and retention was Chief St. John's idea, and it really stemmed from a desire for more female and Native American officers. Community support and engagement was also Chief St. John's idea, and it stemmed from a need for more citizen engagement and public safety. Our police can't do this job all by themselves. We also talked about data collection and analysis, and that was a public idea. It stemmed from a desire for transparency and the need for more sophisticated tracking than we could accomplish with Excel spreadsheets, as we've discussed here. Also, the public wanted to discuss crime prevention and diversion. So this stemmed from the desire to explore more cost-effective solutions that could reduce calls for service while increasing quality of life for everyone. Now, all of these goals are intended to be multifaceted approach to policing rather than really intensively focusing on any one issue area, and they really work best together in tandem to maximize and ensure the best use of the limited resources available. So the first couple of years, we did have a couple roadblocks that we had to contend with. First, we had a series of ongoing and extended vacancies for a variety of reasons. In fact, Joe Stout and Denise Boggio are the only original members of the board. Everybody else has come along the way. So I want to thank both of them for their dedication and sticking it out this long. Those ongoing and extended vacancies made it difficult to obtain quorum. I'm pleased to report this no longer seems to be an issue. We've consistently met quorum in every meeting for the past year. It also took some time for our board members to get up to speed and develop a shared understanding of BPD operations, as you can imagine. We have made some accomplishments despite those challenges. We developed a governance structure, we passed bylaws, we elect chairs. We now have audio recordings of all of our monthly meetings archived on the city website. We appointed Denise Boggio to serve as a CPAB liaison to the Family Justice Center to ensure we're staying on top of developments there. And we created the Community Safety Campaign in partnership with City PIO Victoria Hill. So in addition to marketing materials, videos for social media, website content, the safety campaign was actually featured at the TED Democracy event last summer, which is the photo you see here. Billings was one of less than 10 cities worldwide to be selected to host a TED Democracy event, and our safety campaign was front and center at that event. So that's something we're really proud of. We also participated in several other public outreach and community event opportunities, side-by-side participation with BPD and the City of Billings at the Strawberry Festival, for example. And this brings us to our action planning, which we've spent the last year on. So this process was deliberate, it was thoughtful, we've been intentional and focused, and we spent at least 2 months exploring each objective area. We looked at what's already been done, what's being done well, what can be done better, and what else we can try. We then spent much of this winter evaluating and analyzing all of the ideas that were discussed and prioritizing the top 2 concepts that we collectively felt could make the biggest impact. And the following policy recommendations presented by fellow members of the Police Advisory Board were developed by consensus as a result of our action planning process. So we'll start here with Objective 1 from Joe Stout.
Hey, thanks, Mayor and Council. Objective 1 is the one that's been adopted so far. Initially, the city had intended to hire 1 CSO per year for 3 years, and we decided that we would recommend that they hire 3 at once to not phase it in, but to get them all trained up and get them all on the street, because after meeting with Captain Lennick, going through some numbers, we figured out that CSOs are excellent value for money. They do a lot of excellent work. They provide a different level of customer service than a standard patrol officer, and they were also recommended in the CPSM. And so that was implemented, and then we also wanted to make sure that all the CSOs had all the vehicles they needed, including pickup, because some of their duties include, removing things and picking up stolen items and things along those lines. And so we made sure that that there were appropriate vehicles for every CSO, and then we also recommended that we make sure every officer is trained on and carries Narcan with them at all times and is ready to administer that.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow councilman. Kevin Holland. The second goal was community support and engagement. We're trying to develop and implement community safety campaign to increase active engagement and citizen involvement in public safety. We did this with the help of Victoria Hill, and we came up with 6 little PSAs, public service announcements, each person, and we had other people come in and we do a little 30 second to 45-second thing. And that would go on Facebook and websites, things of that nature. People who were looking, how can I make my community safer? How can I be safer? We gave them some tools to work with, and in there we would direct them other places as well. And that's been up and running for 6 months. The other was a resolution that grants the CPAB its authority. So that's us. We develop goals, develop new goals for our success of the next 4-year term, if we have one, examine need for subject matter. So if you want us to come back, what do you want us to do? That's a question that needs to be answered by you. Consider to increase the seats dedicated to citizen members. As stated, we have some special people that have some skill sets, but do we need people at large? And if that's the case, do we need to make that on the board, make that as a recommendation? So that was that part.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Denise Bojo, and I'm going to talk a little bit about data collection and analysis that we discussed on the board. So number one, we talked about doing development of a system-wide mechanism for linking and tracking a case from initial call for service to the judicial resolution, particularly with municipal crimes, from the point of entry to the point of exit when that case is completely closed, and what that looks like. One of the things that was brought up was the concern or concerns that are being reported at initial call to dispatch. What does that look like, and how are those being tracked? The units that are dispatched in response to those calls that are coming in, how are those made? What are those looking like? And how do we go forward with dispatch for tracking those? The initial offense incidents information, so police report information, whether that is including the arrest that was made, what crimes were investigated, how are those being tracked and looked at? Booking information, including whether the accused was released immediately, required to post bail, or appear before a judge. Judicial information, including any charges filed, whether the accused was represented in court by a court-appointed counsel, the number of city staff required to adjudicate the matter, including the courts, the city attorneys, the police, etc., and how that case was resolved. If future software is purchased, considering the system integration, the product interface, the data migration, and the user friendliness of this, because not everybody is completely up to speed with technology. So I think that comes into play as well. Number two, examine the cost and the community impact of calls for service to nuisance properties, such as the Colonial. I know that's been a hot topic lately. notorious adult establishments, and businesses that provide on-site services to justice-involved clientele and/or those with mental health / substance abuse challenges. For comparison of those purposes, the data should be collected and analyzed according to like-kind business and/or properties.
Hello, my name is Hannah Reno, and I'm here on this board as a member also representing the Continuum Care of Yellowstone County. I echo Chief St. John from earlier. We need a sustainable crisis response unit. It's proven to be effective in response times for police officers, increasing efficiency. So some of our recommendations in response to that are developing triage systems to allow direct dispatch in order to increase call volume to sustainable levels. We were told that that was one of the issues in the past. We also want the crew to respond to all residents, regardless of their housing status. And then also, we want to expand the crew to 24/7, 365 coverage. This will ensure full reimbursement from Medicare and Medicaid. Medicaid. To echo Council Member Owens earlier too, we need solutions for our unhoused neighbors. We need to invest in evidence-based solutions that allow BPD to consistently divert our unhoused and at-risk individuals from our local jails and ERs, and reducing the calls of service to improve the quality of life for everyone around us, including our unhoused members. That's come up twice already in this evening's meeting.
So again, just to recap, these recommendations represent a multifaceted approach to policing rather than intensively focusing on a single area. They do work best together in tandem. In terms of workplace recruitment and retention, first I want to say you're 25% of the way done because these have both been completed. We want to thank the leadership from the Billings Police Department, as well as the budget amendment from Councilmember Kennedy that created those additional police positions. I would also be remiss if I didn't point out that the BPD now has a female lieutenant for the first time in history. And so in terms of recruiting female and Native American officers, workplace recruitment and retention, the BPD is doing a really great job of focusing in on that. As far as data collection and analysis, a lot of time and discussion was centered on the barriers that prevent system-wide crime tracking at the municipal level. So ultimately, it really comes down to weighing the cost to purchase new software, train employees, and implement new policies against the benefit of that data collection and the possibilities that that presents. We did also receive public comment regarding the impact of nuisance properties, specifically the Colonial, so that's why we recommended a cost comparison of those properties. As far as crime prevention and diversion, we discussed the crew at length. We examined many ways to make this program more sustainable, which we're always happy to discuss at length with anyone who wishes to learn more. The bottom line is that the BPD reports that a call that typically takes 2 uniformed officers 60 to 90 minutes to resolve can sometimes be handed off to the crew in the first 15 to 20 minutes. This frees up those officers for high and critical need calls that better align with their traditional police responsibilities. Mobile crisis response is a critical part of the equation so long as it's managed in a sustainable fashion. And as far as homelessness, this does require a substantial investment, not only from the city, but also the county, the state, and federal resources, along with community support from individual and major donors. None of us is going to solve this on our own, so we really need everything to be coming together at once, and we want those public dollars really to be invested in programs that are evidence-based solutions that are proven to work. They have to offer consistent access for BPD and citizens to divert from the jail, the ER, the hospitals, and even the crisis center. It should be an alternative for those. We also want to reduce those calls for service and increase the quality of life with any of that investment. And then as far as community support and engagement, again, the safety campaign, hopefully the new PIO that we hire will be able to work with us more on broad implementation. And then we ask all of you to evaluate our progress and determine whether to renew the resolution. So that brings us to the next steps, adopting and implementing the policy recommendations, renewing the resolution to continue the CPAB, and if you do so, please consider setting new goals so we know where we should be working on, evaluating those subject matter experts and their length of their terms, and determining whether to sunset the resolution a second time or if this should continue ongoing. And then again, regardless, please retain the materials of the safety campaign on the city website, as well as those audio recordings of the meetings so that people in the future can reference back to those regardless of whether this work continues. And lastly, please join us. We meet every month on the 5th floor here in City Hall in the Rimrock Conference Room. It's the 4th Thursday of the month at 9 a.m. And the final 9 months, we expect next month to elect a chair, so it'll really be up to their discretion. But we maybe might be able to examine those new goals. We do also have the ability to vote to cease meeting if the work is done. And so with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Very good. Thank you, Carrie, and thank you, all the board members for your service. It's obviously some great progress going on here. I'll open up for questions. We'll kind of start in the middle, go one direction or the other. But Carrie, I'll just direct this to you. It's a work session. We're not going to have time to get into every one of these recommendations, especially by the time we ask some questions. But are there 2 or 3 items or 1 or 2 items that you would like to make sure that you know where the council probably wants to go tonight, that we should be sure to focus on just to keep that in mind?
I think the biggest key for us is whether or not the resolution will be renewed, because that will really determine what we do in the next 9 months. And if you would like us to examine goals moving forward from here, we could do that. So that's really the most important thing to get immediate direction on, as well as that vacancy piece for the subject matter expert and the coalitions.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to jump in there to maybe save a little time. That'd be my recommendation, is that we do renew that resolution, but that's up to the council. I think that the board has been successful, not wildly successful. You identified honestly some challenges, but there's great potential there, and it's important in case problems arise to have that structure. That's my personal opinion, but my also suggestion would be that the board work on any changes to that resolution, what you would recommend be incorporated in any revised resolution so that we have a starting point. Other council members may disagree with that, but I think that would be helpful because you're in the trenches on that. So with that, how about if we start with Councilmember Tiswell and we'll move one direction or the other?
Yes, that's our honorary Citizen Police Advisory Board member. He's attended a lot of meetings. He's 6 years old, and he attended his first city council meeting at 3 months old.
It's good to have all age groups. You know, we want the community to, when they see the police department, they want to see themselves. So that's just great. Go this direction, this direction. Oh, okay. Just remember to turn on the mic and get it close.
Yeah, I was there when we did this resolution, and I agree there were some problems with it. I think you did make some recommendations. We need to, as a council, need to change the appointments. Is that better? Okay. And so I think that's a good idea. I think that's something that maybe the operations committee could take a look at and move forward with that recommendation of changing the way those things are done. I like the idea of sunsetting. I think it just gives the committee that ability to kind of finalize things, get things wrapped up before they hand. And like you say, like the mayor said, I mean, you guys have done some work here. I would have liked to have seen you have done a lot more on the data piece. That was something Danny Cheriki and I really emphasized quite a bit, because we really believe that is a kind of sticks, as you heard tonight, and that. So if there was anything that I would recommend that we would continue on, is that involving more into that, diving more into that data piece to get something actually not just recommended, because a lot of those recommendations are that kind of common sense, but I'd like to see more recommendations on really who, where. I mean, that really good research of what companies we should be hiring. We learned from this the water debacle that we really need to look at hiring a professional when it comes to this type of change of software. And so something like that would be really helpful to help narrow that for the police and the justice system down. So, but yeah, I'd like to see this continue forward. Again, thank you very much for continuing leading that, because communities are hard to get going on a volunteer basis. And so again, I think you guys did quite a bit. So thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my thought is there's nothing here that's new. I've heard all of these many, many, many times. I just wish you would have come up with some money, because everything here costs money, and it's easy to say, well, we need to do this. Well, so what if you don't have the money to do it? We're looking at over $1 million for one computer program. Yeah, we've all known that we need to do that. So this isn't new. Maybe it's just compiled in a spot. I just wish you would come up with cash.
We did offer to raise the money for the police vehicles, if that was a barrier. But obviously they not only came up with the vehicles, but a truck. And so it is really great to see, like I said, some of the things we've discussed really happening on the roads. That truck seeing it out is like, hey, that's something we discussed and it's happening. And so it's just kind of cool, as well as that first female lieutenant, as I mentioned.
Very good. Any other discussion in particular about renewal of the resolution? Is there any concern about doing that? Objection to the board creating at least an initial draft for staff and the board to look at? Not seeing any objection to that, but so if that may become a default course. Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Ripsis?
Shouldn't our legal department be involved?
Oh, I agree completely, yeah. Councilmember Ripsis?
Sorry, I would just say, as I think we're going to ask you to make suggestions on the changes to the resolution. I would put a much greater degree of specificity in those goals, as opposed to just workplace recruitment and retention, which you described very well as the mayor or the chief wanted help with specific recruitment and retention challenges. And then the recommendations, I'm not really sure how they aligned with that. I'm sure we could kind of finagle our way into it. But be very specific about what those goals should be. When we talk about data analysis and reporting, to Councilmember Nice's point, I'd say let's get into the weeds and say this is what we need to be publishing out to the community, because I think we've all been to neighborhood task forces and we see those presentations, and I mean, it's nice to see just numbers, but numbers out of context of anything, I think they're just right. So like maybe that should be a goal, right? Really kind of designing what is it that we want to be communicating to the community as in the data area, right? What should we be publishing weekly on Facebook that's actually informative and helps kind of educate the public on what's going on, not just counts of calls for service, but what are we seeing? So I just suggest that as we get into those goals, let's just get a bit more specific, because I think you'll probably have good support for renewing the resolution. So I think we can probably be a bit more maybe aggressive or assertive in what those goals could be than we felt like we could be 4 years ago.
Very good, thank you. And my recommendation also would be that you talk to John Forte. Substance Abuse Connect is no more, but something similar to Substance Abuse Connect is going to continue. So it's possible that would be an appropriate designated seat. But that immediately limits the availability of people to a very small subgroup and your expertise to a very small subgroup. So I'd be interested in your recommendation about whether that should be an at-large seat, but talk to John. If he's desperate to be on your board, he might insist on that, but he might not be. So talk about that topic. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I think we will maybe need that clarification from legal on whether or not the coalition being active or inactive, and whether we can just appoint someone new to that seat. I don't. I'm certainly not.
They can talk. My thought
any
is
expert.
The Substance Abuse Connect is not going to be active. Now, whether it gets reconstituted, that's a different issue, but I'd say the old one is not just inactive, it's dead. But that's just me prejudicing the opinion of our city attorney, I suspect. So anyway, anyway, good point. You can talk about that. So very good. This is an opportunity. There is an opportunity here for public comment. So would anybody like to comment on our Citizen Police Advisory Board item number 3? If so, you know the routine. Keep your comments to 3 minutes. Anybody would like to comment on item number 3? Is there any public comment on item number 3? Go ahead, John. Briefly.
Yes.
Very.
Just real briefly, John Forte, County Public Health Officer, CEO, Riverstone Health. SAC, yes, is no more, is disbanding, but the coalition and the work is going to continue. And so we will be hiring a behavioral health systems improvement specialist who will be the new coalition coordinator. So the coalition is still intact. It will still be functioning, and it will function better than before. So we're going to continue the work, and so we could also continue advising the board.
Regardless, you all will have to approve and appoint whomever that seat goes to, if it goes to anyone. So I'll leave that in your court.
Okay, Councilor Boyette.
I had a question for the assistant chief if he's here. Whenever we go to the task force meetings, we used to have a data analyst give us a report on the neighborhood, the area, that showed the crime statistics, whatnot. Have we ever hired anybody to do that? And will the officers be able to show those presentations to the task force, or do you know?
Councilmember Boyd, thank you for the question. So that position has not been filled yet. We do have a candidate that we'll be sending to backgrounds, so that we're hopeful will be filled soon. So numbers should be able to be pulled, so that when we have the citizens, especially if they know going into it that the officers are looking for that, then we can still get those numbers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think that's it. If there's no other public comment, then boy, we appreciate again the service of the board, and we'll look forward to talking further. Okay, thanks very much. That concludes item number 3, bringing us to item number 4, our crisis response unit model. And I think Assistant Chief Banfield and John Forte will be our presenters. Welcome. And Chief Pepper Valdez, head of the fire department, is with us. Chief Valdez, we will respect rank and start with you and turn it over to you to pass on however you would like. So item number 4, it's all yours.
I appreciate this. Not a formal presentation, so to speak. Mr. Forte has agreed to come and just give an update on where this project is headed to. And with that, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Forte.
So you all have received the email update, and I wanted to put everything as transparently outlined as possible to council as well as to our county commissioners, and so everybody has the same information and we can have the same conversation. Like I said during the previous public comment, our first order of business, now that Riverstone Health is taking on this coalition work, is to hire a new coalition coordinator. And so we have drafted up a position description. We'll be posting that very shortly. And that position will be our new Behavioral Health Systems Improvement Coordinator. While SAC, Substance Abuse Connect, is no longer, this coalition work still needs to continue. And we need to create some new deliverables, some new KPIs, and continue to meet the needs and the deliverables that are outlined within the county crisis diversion grant that's given to us from DPHHS. So I'm happy to pass around a summary of those deliverables so that everybody can see exactly what's engaged in this, and that mobile crisis is just one of 11 deliverables in this county crisis diversion work. In terms of the crew specifically, it's right now it's on hold. It is going to take us some time to get it right. We have a lot of lessons learned. We're still learning some of those lessons, having conversations at every level that was engaged in this process. And so meeting between police, fire, 911, city, and county, trying to have conversations, understand what went wrong. Had conversations with Zach, with Rimrock, with all other partners and folks that were engaged in the work, and trying our best to understand where the failures happened, where the successes were, and how to get it right this next go-round. And so our goal is to build a crew system of mobile crisis response that is effective, that has outlined performance indicators, that has metrics associated with it, a public-facing dashboard that will be developed, as is the case in Gallatin and Lewis and Clark counties, and so that we have full transparency on what's happening, what benefit this brings to our community, because there is no doubt, even given the failures, this was a beneficial program and will continue to be a beneficial program once we build the necessary infrastructure.
Very good. Is it on to the Assistant Chief?
Right now, since the crisis response unit is on hold, we've had two people that were on our side of the employment model. One of them has left us. She's become a police officer in Portland. And I currently have the other one employed right now, and I'm using him a ton for our housed people in crisis. There's a ton of that in our community. As you guys understand the unhoused piece in Dr. Keller's newest version of our assessment of our city and what's going on there, we have a ton of housed people in crisis. For instance, I've had him actually get people that are generating call volumes of 200 times in a year into some services and supporting them to get to them to just even to like the Medicaid office because they don't have transportation, things like that. So that's what I'm using that individual for right now, as we are going to use the vacancy to support, you know, the financial side of this as we move forward. I think it's fiscally responsible to hold that position and not hire until we're absolutely ready to go. And we have a direct plan and support that across our community. Do you guys have any other questions of what's happening on the fire side and any suggestions as we move forward with these programs? John and I have had several conversations already on how and what we both think this model should look like. And obviously we need to bring more of this partnership through the community with, you know, even the hospitals also that we listed, not just PD and the other crisis support people in our community.
Very good. Councilmember, it'll be free for all. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Not a question for you gentlemen, but just for council's Assistant Chief Banfield mentioned Dr. Keller's study. He's talking about a study that the COC asked Dr. Sarah Keller at MSUB to help with, to study the costs of the chronically homeless individuals in our community and their costs that we're incurring in the emergency services, whether that's fire, police, jail, court systems, all that kind of thing, ERs especially. That's just in draft format right now, which is why you probably haven't heard of it, seen of it. We're getting that through the COC, and as soon as that's ready and people are comfortable with it, I'm sure it'll be presented here. But I just didn't want anybody to be confused about that. He made a reference to it, but it just hasn't gone out. It hasn't been finalized yet. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, you said this individual that you had, you're carrying over because of the grant money you're using on this housed high users. So does this mean, and maybe this goes, John, to your question, when you develop the program, then are you anticipating this program to include unhoused and housed, just like what John is already using this, or are we starting a part of a program that isn't part of your program?
The new crew that we develop will take care of everyone in Yellowstone County who needs mobile crisis support. That's the goal. And whether you're housed, unhoused, rich, poor, wherever you are in your life, if you're in crisis and you dial 988 or 911 and we dispatch the crew, it will go. That's the goal.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Kennedy?
The biggest concern I have with all of this is, number one, the last time you presented, we looked at numbers and the numbers weren't there. And so it's, the other piece is there are numbers every evening for the crisis center. And I see, John, you wrote that you're real excited with the crisis center. I'm not. And I'll tell you really why. Because the crisis center has become a place that becomes an overnight haven for 23 hours, and there's no services after that. And they can take a shower, they can eat, they can whatever, and sleep it off, and then leave. And when we set it up many, many years ago, we set it up so it would be, so it would handle the needs and divert the people from the emergency rooms. We also set it up so it would work with folks so they would get into services and not be, the recidivism rate is over and over and over again of the same people. And so with the crew, I understand what you're looking at to go out and to help people, drop them off at the crisis center for needs. How are you going to follow up with, from the crisis center, working with folks so they're not being picked up every other night or every third night or whatever? Because the crew probably was seeing the same people over and over again, and the same things. Or is Riverstone Health going to open up a clinic for mental health services and offer those ongoing services after the crisis? I just throw out a lot there, but
Sure is a lot. But no, Councilmember Kennedy, I think I'll clarify my comment on the crisis center, not that I'm excited about it, but that I think it needs our support. You're right, the current model that exists and the way we are doing crisis care in our community is fragmented and broken and not the way it should be done if we're truly following an evidence-based crisis now continuum. And I think part of that is that we do not have, we're missing several pieces of the care continuum. We don't have the necessary service providers in our community to meet the need. And so how do we fill those gaps? We're working on workforce pipelines. We're trying to develop interest from high school through college in behavioral health careers. And how do we bring those folks to Billings to help us meet the needs of our care system? I think there is it's a broken cog in the wheel. And so that's part of why this is going to take time, is looking at the downstream impacts and the downstream resources that exist. We can't exist in a model where you send somebody out to Deer Lodge or Warm Springs to the state hospital, and they're back here a couple hours later, and then they're at the mission's doorstep or some other agency's doorstep, and then they're at the crisis center doorstep, and they just continue to go round and round the mulberry bush because we lack the infrastructure to take care of their needs fully. So I agree with you there. And that's what we're trying to fix. That's what we're trying to bring additional resources in. Whether or not Riverstone Health can do that, we know that we need additional staff and resources to be able to take care of the need that exists and also provide behavioral health support to other members in our community that might not necessarily already be our patients. And so we're looking at new models to increase the level of service that we can provide.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Asselotter. Councilor Boyette?
Yeah, thanks. And Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this goes to Mr. Forte or Assistant Chief Banfield. I'll let you guys kind of determine how you want to handle it. I mean, the problem we have are mental health professionals. I mean, that's why this kind of fell apart the last time. And last I checked, Riverstone doesn't have mental health professionals. And we don't have a mental health professional partner to join the crew team as the outside partner coming in. And I have not, and I still don't hear, all of this is great, and I want the crew to be as successful as the next guy, but we don't have that piece of the pie. So what is the solution to that, and where are you going to come up with that? I mean, outside of Riverstone, hiring those people and detailing them to the crew, there is no consistent source of mental health care to make the crew actually function like it's supposed to. So where is that solution? What's that going to look like?
I think what John spoke to in the pipeline build through the university systems and getting these behavioral health people into that system. There are community members that want to do this work. Unfortunately, most of them are in private practice, so they do very well in that. So asking them to come to a private or a public service model at a lower economic or wages that's just not what they're going to do. But they are willing to do that work part-time. I've spoken to a few of them that are wanting to be part of this, and they want to be part of that community-based process, and they want this to be part of the fabric of our community. And they want to do that work part-time as part of their give back. These people that do this behavioral work are very good and empathetic people, and even though they're doing their own private stuff, they are very supportive of the public work. So I've gotten 3 phone calls, and they're actually past crew members that are no longer working for Rimrock that want to come work for this.
I think we need to build successful workflows. We need to build policies. We need to build all of the necessary controls to attract the workforce. Like we were just talking about, we have some folks that are out there who did participate in crew that want to come back to crew when it restarts. We also have some behavioral health providers and practitioners in the community who I've had conversations with that are interested in helping us staff the crew once we begin to start it up. We've had these conversations with our hospital partners too, as part of the Alliance, to say, how do we create a newer, better model? The model in Lewis and Clark, one of the only functioning crew systems in our state right now in Helena, St. Pete's is running that out of their emergency department and dispatching behavioral health workers from the ED out into the community when there's a call.
Mr. Mayor, just one follow-up. Again, I can appreciate that, but the crew runs on a scheduled timeline. I mean, these are shifts that are scheduled, and you know we're being asked to believe that people are going to give their time in a consistent manner that falls with your with your shift schedules. And that's going to take some coordination from somebody that's not the Billings Fire Department. And that's going to take some consistency and dependability from an organization like Riverstone. And I guess I'm interested in having that conversation, but not until there's an actual, like a structural plan in place.
Correct.
I mean, we can't continue to fund this on rainbows and fairy dust.
Yep.
And the hope that maybe somebody will come along someday. And I mean, we're headed into a budget shortfall, not by our own choice, but by the legislature's choice. And we're going to have to make some hard decisions. And at some point, we got to start cutting cords. And a program that's not functioning that maybe can function is going to be high on the list, whether we like it or not. I don't like it, but god dang, I mean, unless there is a functional structure to this, I don't know how I can continue to hang on by the thread in the hopes that it's going to come next year or in 6 months or 10 months or 12 months. And that's my struggle with all of this.
Go ahead, John, if you want to comment, then
Sure.
Councilmember Boyette.
No, I'm with you. I've heard a lot of good talking points since I've been in this community for the past 2 years now, and I've seen little action. And so, what was set up and what was promised, I feel like wasn't fully delivered. And so, I don't blame you for doubting it and the system and the process. But I would ask from everyone sitting around this table, council, city, county, our constituents and our citizens, is give us a minute to hire a new coordinator. Give us a minute to build out the infrastructure within your health department to be able to build a functional model, an evidence-based model that utilizes best practices within the fire department, within the police department, and within the health department to bring something that is truly beneficial to this community. And I'm not going to make any promises I can't keep. We may very well fail. And we may very well have to slim something down because of funding. Our funding from a federal level is also up in the air right now. Nobody knows. But I know that we will try our best to bring something to this table and this council that you can support or choose not to.
And I guess my last question or comment, I mean, I understand give us a minute and you're stepping in after, another organization absolutely flopped. The reality for us is our minute is about the next 3 months to make some hard decisions. And I need to know what your minute is to come with a solution before our minute expires. And that's just the hard reality that we're sitting in today. So, I mean, I need you to understand our minute is 3 months. And I hope your minute is shorter than that. But if it's not, I don't know what we can do.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Boyette and Chris and Councilor Rowan.
Thank you. Several of us met with the Rimrock Foundation after this thing failed, and we heard different sides of each story. One was they blamed either the dispatch or the fire department because they were only averaging 2 calls a day. Because I'm thinking, I can't afford to pay for something if there's only 2 calls a day. So there was something wrong, either dispatch, fire department, or the crew itself. I don't know how that works. So going forward, and I agree, I think we do need this, but we're going to need some really hard data to say, yeah, boy, you guys really need this because of this versus 2 calls a day. How can we justify that? I mean, that's just the facts too.
I guess we'll kind of revisit that 2 call a day thing. Both PD and fire at the same time, we're all doing, basically CAD updates and tying this together. Right now, PD just finished theirs, and the Emergency medical dispatching protocols. It's 14.2 version. We have to do it all at once. It's the thickest book of all three. When you talk about community and the importance of PD and fire, EMS has the largest protocol set and the largest risk to your community. And so getting that right has taken us about 5 days with the physician that has to sign off on those. So when it comes to that EMD and dispatching that crew, they were doing that based upon what information was coming in at the time, which was honestly shoddy at best when we were all implementing new CAD systems. So when that's happening, the biggest work of that obviously was the follow-up work in the case management pieces when it comes to those patients. So as we move forward in getting this CAD system up, 2 calls a day is not what's going on because we didn't attach that crew to some of those PD. And that was on the direct expectation from you guys that PD would request that. So that was part of that initial response because you guys didn't want them attached to that until the PD requested for protection of the crew. We changed that model later on through this process, and we had them started attaching themselves to it. And then PD started recognizing that and seeing that they were available on screen and close by. So they got more use towards the end. And that's just some of our logistic models, things that we learned in that process. That one's on me. I should have had them attached to those right away, and we should have, of all the protocol sets done in the community, the EMD should have been done first. Should have been done first.
Okay, sounds like those numbers will go up. Chris, Councilor Rowan?
So I guess specific to that last point, as Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Boyette mentioned, I think one piece is this disconnect between the best practice. I don't think anybody around this table disagrees with the concept that if we don't have a crisis response unit, we're sending police officers and firefighters to calls for needs for service at a very high cost. One, so I'm not sure how to exactly pull that data together to be able to communicate that effectively to the community what the need is. My actual question or comment, last week, all the city managers were together. We talked about this for just a few minutes. I did find it interesting, and I would hope this wouldn't necessarily be a long-term solution for us, but Park County just signed a contract for the city of Livingston for telemedicine with a company out of Texas that supposedly is serving 40-some communities across the country. Is that a bridge to a point where we actually have real people in our community? I don't know. The other comment that was made from their city manager was they had 2 bidders for the telemedicine approach because they in Park County don't have the professionals necessary, but they certainly have the need, as unfortunately they have one of the, if not the highest suicide problems in the state in Park County. Is that the other telemedicine bidder has a contract with Billings Clinic to do telemedicine for them? Again, not something I'm familiar with, but they mentioned the contract was significantly higher for Park County, but he was speculating maybe we would get a better price since they're already, got a contract with Billings Clinic. So point being, what is telemedicine a part of any of this, either interim or long-term, as a way to move forward sooner rather than later?
So legislatively, just to let you guys know, crew is supposed to be 24 hours so you can get the most reimbursement. And then the changes came in as they started looking across communities. The volume just wasn't there after midnight, 10 p.m. or whatever. So having that ability to do some telemedicine after hours is very supportive. Now, problem is that I don't think there's been any ruling yet that still supports that as considered 24-hour service for your reimbursement to offset your costs. So I think we're still waiting on some of those that we can find out.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Owen?
So I think we've done a little bit of we keep circling each other just a little bit. I think council said we want to see what the model is, and you've come back, Captain Banfield, a number of times said, okay, here's 5 models. Which one do you like? And we've said, well, tell us which one you want to do. And so I think we're kind of circling each other a little bit. And so I thought I would just share a couple of thoughts, I think, to Councilmember Aspenletter's point of what I would like to see. I'd like to see us stay in the lane of mobile crisis unit for now. I know there's been conversations about community paramedicine. I think that's fine in the future. Right now, I'd like to stay in the mobile crisis unit space, slightly closer to a Kahoot style model, which means I'd like to see us go 24/7 sooner rather than later. And I'd like us to be able to have limited transport options. I think if we need to move people to the ER and we need to call an ambulance, that's fine. But if we can do limited transport to social services to ensure continuity, I think that's worth considering. I'd really like us to explore to the staffing issue what our authority is now and what we could possibly accomplish together to get pre-licensure behavioral health specialists. While they're getting their 3,000 hours, can we get them at hour 2,000? Can we get them at hour 1,500? Can we get them when they've had enough training but are not yet certified? And so almost a sort of public service type model where you'd get, we will provide, Riverstone will have on staff a person who could supervise pre-licensure behavioral health specialists who can be getting their 3,000 hours at some appropriate point. And if that authority doesn't exist now, can we do it regulatory? What could we do together? How could we as council members help you get there? I believe we're going to have neutral staff. I am not convinced that we will be able to pick a single partner in the community and make this be successful. So I would like to see us move towards wherever they are, that staff be neutral. Now, if neutral for a while looks like we have 7 partners and everybody gets their day, maybe, but I think we need to move towards neutral staff who can refer to all of our partners equally based on client choice, availability of services, all those sorts of things. And then I think we probably need to talk about having community health workers or peer support specialists who are doing some follow-up to ensure that there's been continuity of care. When we come back for a decision, I really need clarity on Medicaid billability. What's eligible? What isn't? What are our authorities to petition DPHHS for an innovation waiver or something that would allow us to blend funds, braid funds, bring them together, whatever it is? I've got to get my head around the Medicaid funding stream to understand where city and or county funds might have to supplement. And so the more specificity that we can have on what those funding streams look like, specifically, what is eligible, what isn't. And so to this point of telemedicine, my preference, although I'm open to being told I'm wrong, my preference would be to have telemedicine as a backup or as a supervisory tool, not a direct service provider. I'd rather have the staff go into the van and talk to someone by telemedicine than have us stick an iPad in the face of someone who's in a behavioral health crisis. So we might have to do the latter, after hours or whatever. But if we use telemedicine, I'd like us to at least start from a conversation that is a supervisory or a support tool, not a provision of direct service. So for what it's worth, that's just one council member out of 11, but those would be what I would like to see when we make a decision on a model and the funding to support it going forward. And feel free to, if that's just completely undoable, completely bonkers, if that's a $50 million proposition, please feel free to share thoughts, but I don't want us to continue doing this dance back and forth.
Very good. Good list. Councilmember Boyette, and I've got a question.
Just an observation, when we went up to Rimrock Foundation, we talked to some people and they said one clinician working 5 days a week for a month, they burn them out. They said they suggested you had multiple people that you took Monday, you took Tuesday, but then you're looking at millions of dollars because they couldn't afford to have that many people on staff. I mean, obviously you might be aware of that, but you just can't wear out a person and leave them there. Your shift is Monday through Friday for 8 to 5. And then, I could understand what their problems were. They're used to sitting behind a desk, having someone come in, not going out. And they said part of the problem was blood, gore, and guts kind of threw some of these people off a curve as well. So, it's going to take a staffing of people, not just one. Do you have any comments on that?
That's why I've been clear from the beginning that, moving the coalition over into public health and us taking this on is great for 10 out of the 11 deliverables in this grant. But this mobile crisis deliverable is going to take a whole of community approach and a multitude of partners. So not just for staffing, but for coordination and having the coordinator work through all of those different pieces, getting it scheduled, being able to bill appropriately to the state and to other payers, that we have those mechanisms in place, but we have to be able to schedule it. We have to be able to get a coalition of the willing partners together so that no one agency is left holding the ball at the end of the day.
Mayor, I forgot a point.
Sure.
Just quickly to add to my bullet list of demands, I'd really like to see us direct dispatch, and I mean direct, like first on the scene, not waiting for police to clear the scene. Let them radio for police help if they need it, but direct dispatch and self-initiated dispatch. So that if they are headed back to headquarters and see a crisis, that they can initiate the call. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a recommendation that's been made. I think a lot of us would agree. Councilmember Kenny?
Just one last comment. You know, as we talk about the crisis center, and we allocated, the voters in this county paid for the hub and the crisis center. And I think the commissioners now have moved some dollars into the substance abuse connector, where I think that's where their dollars are coming from, that mill levy. There was money allocated for the crisis center to have a therapist there at the crisis center. That's already being paid for by taxpayer dollars. And that, if you're looking for a therapist or whatever, that should be something worked out, because we're already, both hospitals want to divert the people from their emergency rooms. We don't want to, our officers don't want to deal with them, taking them to jail or anything else, and divert them. That's a perfect area that that therapist should be funded right through those dollars that have been allocated by the voters for crisis. And that's really what you're dealing with, is crisis. So to have a counselor, a therapist available 24 hours, 7 days a week, that's what the crisis center is 7 days a week. And there could be someone that would be available, and during the down times, working back at the crisis center. Cost effective, and it's already taxpayer dollars that are paying for it. So I hope you guys really look into that, because you could probably get it up quicker than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question. I'll give it to Chris, and we need to wrap up. We've still got 2 more items left here, but could you just remind me what the source of the 23-hour rule is that applies to the crisis center? I think it has to do with Medicaid funding or something. What's the source of that? What's the Councilmember Kenny?
It was set up when we passed the bill for the crisis center 20 years ago. You would have to have a certified behavioral health place that was certified 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because of the cost of that, we passed legislation that it wouldn't be a full 24 hours. So it can be 23 hours and 50 minutes or whatever. So it's really a loophole in the law that you can set up the crisis center without having the full-fledged behavioral health community center. And it saves a lot of dollars. And that's why a person can only stay there the 23 hours, and they have to be checked out, and it's got to be documented.
Okay, because under state law, if they're 24 hours, it triggers a higher level of regulation and expense based on state law. Okay, nobody's disagreeing with that, it sounds like. So, okay, all right, very good. Chris, and then let's move on.
I just want to confirm, the two chiefs and I were on a call this afternoon. If this is not related, then we can move on. But is the data collection for continuum of care critical to us being eligible for grant funding or other funding mechanisms? And I bring this up because we were told we were asked this afternoon by Terry Todd and some folks with continuum care that they've lost their funding from the county to finish the year's data collection. They were asking us if we had $35,000 to get them through the end of the year. Is that an ascent? Is there a direct connection between that data collection and this conversation about crisis response?
Yes. So when we're looking at that piece in our high utilizers, without having a full years of data, it's not going to give you a good picture, right? And so those funds to support that piece, and that also helps with the jail system side, and it really helps with those pieces down there, so we can see where those patients or victims are moving through that process.
That answer your. I mean, and it does sound like it's just valuable, but is there were you asking about a
If
legal
there's a link.
connection, kind of, or a?
Yeah, if there's a linkage, because all of a sudden I'm trying to decide, okay, is that a question I need to bring back to this table? So,
Councilor Rupsis?
I'm wondering, Chris, are you talking about this list of 11 things? And I think the crisis diversion grant paying for half of our HIMIS coordinator, the coordinated entry care coordinator, and that's not on this list of 11 things. Does that mean it's going away, and therefore they're asking you if the city has money to funding?
John, help me out, because that's how I could have interpreted the conversation today, that was the HIMIS data collection funding that had been taken away, and now city, can you step in and help us?
So that specific case, I'm unaware about HIMIS going away or any funding going away. I will say that part of this grant, number 8 and number 11, are truly the care coordination pieces that this community needs. And so it's care coordinators and a pathways hub that will create and oversee that care coordination piece. And so but perhaps HIMIS can be a part of that, and we can find some funding for that. But I think the number 11, the Pathways Hub, is truly a nationally recognized evidence-based model of silo busting and coordination and coalition building that we truly need in our community. It has, outcomes-based payment at the end of the day within 21 different pathways of food insecurity, housing, social determinants of health, and other things. And it's very highly data-driven. And we need data, to Chris's point, anytime we apply for grants or ask the federal or private funders for information, they want to see the data. They want to know how many people they're serving. And so that's tied directly to funding in many cases.
So John, just because we need to move on, obviously this is kind of a new issue that's just coming up. Would you talk to Chris and make some determination about whether crisis response units are in jeopardy without this data, if there's a direct link, and that will motivate us either to work with the county, find those dollars, or even to look in city dollars, I suppose. But,
Will do.
okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Any public comment on item number 4? No one's coming forward. We'll close the public comment period. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your work, and get 3 months or so. Yeah, okay. All right, our next item up is and I think the basis of that, of course, is our budget cycle. That's what we're talking about. Item number 5, our update on the pedestrian bicycle master plan. Draft copy of this was available a couple of months ago. This is the latest and greatest, scheduled for, it's on consent agenda for approval in a week. So, Alicia, I assume you are our point person, so we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and hopefully I'm speaking into this microphone okay.
And if you would introduce yourself for anybody out in TV land.
Yes, so my name is Elise Monat. I'm the transportation planner with our Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO here, which includes, like we like to say, larger than the city but smaller than the county, generally the urbanized area. I'm really just here to introduce Mac Dresiach, who's with Alta Planning and Design, and he's on, they were our consultant for the plan, so he's going to do most of the presentation. We've been working on this plan for about the past year. We gave a kind of a mid-plan presentation, if some of you might remember, in June of 2024. Today we've just got the presentation from Mac, and I've asked him to keep it to 10 to 15 minutes, so it should be pretty quick because I know we're kind of late, but we have a quick presentation. Next week we'll be back on the consent agenda, asking if you would forward a recommendation of plan approval to the Policy Coordinating Committee, which is planned to meet on March 18th. So with that, I will turn it over to Mac and let him take it away.
Thank you very much. Matt, welcome. It's all yours. We apologize for keeping you this late. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Can everyone hear me and see the screen okay, what I'm sharing?
We can all hear you and we can see your screen.
Hey, awesome. Well, I'm grateful to be able to join you, and thank you for allowing me to join virtually. Elise has asked me to just give a high overview of some of the takeaways of our process and the recommendations in the plan. So I'll walk through some of these slides and then we'll open it up for questions. Just to get started though, before we jump in, wanted to mention that there are a couple disclaimers that we will, that is included in the body of the plan itself. Namely that I think important for City Council to know that this document as an adopted master plan does not obligate any dollars to any specific project or initiative in the plan that's outlined in the recommendations. It simply is adopted as a plan to steer future planning and investment in the future. Also, it's important to note that the Public Works will be undergoing a transportation master plan in the near future. And so this, some of the recommendations of this plan may or may not align with what they ultimately decide in the transportation master plan. And so the idea is that the transportation master plan will kind of trump what is recommended here, and there may be need some amendments to the active transportation plan or the bicycle and pedestrian plan as a result of that TMP. Jumping in, just to kind of give everyone what the vision is, and this is just about word for word straight from the 2017 plan. So for those of you who aren't aware, this is an update to the 2017 Trails and Bikeways plan. And so it's not a wholesale, development of new ideas. It's a refinement of what we did in 2017 and learning from lessons learned over the past 6 or 7 years. So the vision is that the Billings community envisions a safe, convenient, and connected active transportation network consisting of bikeways, trails, and sidewalks that serve people of all ages and abilities, and trips of all purposes, improving the economic, physical, and mental health of the community and its citizens. And so one of the things that we revised pretty significantly was just simplifying the goals of the plan. For those of you familiar with the goals in the 2017 plan, they're very robust and verbose, and we wanted to simplify it to help narrow the focus of those implementing the plan. So it's boiled down to these 5 categories of making useful connections, serving a wide variety of people, increasing the safety and health of the community, enabling efficient, sustainable implementation, and ultimately, the purpose of this whole thing is to expand transportation choices. One of the things we did as part of this study was do an audit of basically what's going on, what has gone on since 2017 in terms of not only infrastructure improvements and construction projects, but also policies and initiatives that have been acted on and pursued. So this graphic here just shows some of the infrastructural statistics, a snapshot of what's been built since 2017. 8.6 miles of bikeways, 33 miles of sidewalks, and 14.5 miles of shared use paths or bike paths since 2017. And this map here shows those same projects just distributed on a map. So you can see there's a pretty even distribution across the Billings area in terms of recently built projects. And you may be wondering why are they so scattered and why are they seemingly random? Well, one of the big takeaways in talking with Public Works and MPO staff and other city staff was that the majority of completed projects came from synergies with other roadway construction and maintenance projects like pavement preservation projects led by Public Works. And so it's been a very opportunistic implementation strategy, which is very normal and kind of what we expect to happen. But as an outsider coming in and kind of learning about what's going on, I was really impressed with the synergy between planning staff and public works staff. They're, City of Billings Public Works is always referencing the master plan, and whenever a roadway preservation project or roadway construction project is coming up, they're seeing that recommendations from the Trails and Bikeways Plan are being implemented. And so that was one of the, I guess, bright spots of the audit. Also, that the MPO has shown that it can be successful in obtaining external funding for projects, because we know that local funds are rarely in abundance to be able to pursue projects like these. And so Elise and her team have done a great job of securing external grants and funding for these important projects for mobility in Billings. Another thing we did throughout the process was we ran through 2 phases of public outreach. The first phase was more focused on just listening and learning from the community about preferences and pain points or desires in the community with regards to bikeways and bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and policies. The second phase was focused on, after we had developed the recommended network and some other policy recommendations, to solicit feedback from the community on that. And the second phase was a little bit more focused on getting input on pedestrian preferences and pedestrian issues. Because if you'll note that the name of the plan has changed to just be pedestrian and bicycle plan as opposed to trails and bikeways. And so there was more of an emphasis on pedestrian and recommendations in this plan. This is just a snapshot of a comment map that was used during the second phase of outreach, where folks could drop pins to express agreement, disagreement, or new ideas, things that they thought the team was missing. And we actually did amend the network after hearing some of these comments, noticing some opportunities that we missed and maybe some opportunities that weren't as valuable. Speaking of pedestrian improvements, the plan does outline at a fairly high level some recommendations for improving the pedestrian realm in Billings. Shared use paths and other eye comfort routes identified in the network that you see in the map and the plan, which I'll flash up on the screen here in a little bit, do serve a double purpose of benefiting both bicyclists and people walking. This graph on the right comes straight from FHWA, which is guidance for safe pedestrian crossings at uncontrolled crossing locations. And this is based on roadway context. And so our public works staff, this is what they're referencing to identify when a pedestrian crossing is going and what is the appropriate traffic control measure to get folks safely across. It's important to note too that there are other previous efforts that identify pedestrian projects or policies, such as the recent Safe Routes to School studies, both phase 1 and 2. City of Billings has a complete streets policy that just encompasses the need to consider all modes when a roadway project is happening. And then the City of Billings subdivision regulations has some pedestrian requirements in it as well when new developments are going in. And as I alluded to earlier, the City of Billings Public Works Department is going to be undergoing a transportation master plan. And the idea with that is that, one thing we didn't do in this plan is identify specific corridors, for example, where there will be specific pedestrian improvements. Rather, it was high-level design guidelines and policies. And the idea is that the transportation master plan, based on available rights of way and the other roadway needs, will try to emphasize and make sure that safe pedestrian accommodations are made in those standard cross sections when they're updated. I think it's important to note too that one thing we heard from the public was a pretty strong preference for that boulevard type style a sidewalk, meaning people just unsurprisingly prefer more separation, physical separation from vehicle traffic, especially on higher speed roads. And so attached sidewalks are less desirable than those with some kind of physical or horizontal separation. When it comes to the actual network, we really followed closely the guidance outlined in the Federal Highway Administration's recent 2019 Bikeway Selection Guide, which really kind of outlines best practices for designing the network and also selecting what facilities should go on each roadway. And the main point that I'll make here from that approach is that the majority of people have a pretty low tolerance for sharing the road with especially fast moving vehicles, 25 miles per hour or above. And so the idea as portrayed on this graph on the right here is that the majority of people fall into that group, what they call the interested but concerned group. They're interested in using a bicycle to get around, but concerned about safety. And so designing for the interested but concerned is kind of one of the aims of the network that we developed. However, recognizing that that's not a likely scenario or a feasible scenario in all cases. And so what we did was try to simplify the process in narrowing it down to two categories of the network. There's the high comfort network and the supplemental network. The high comfort network was developed in working with the steering committee to really connect to the most significant places in the Billings area that are most likely to be trip generators and the most important kind of, I shouldn't say most important because all the destinations in Billings are important, but those that have a higher capacity or higher propensity to generate trips. And so we try to connect the dots with the high comfort network to make sure that those destinations are being connected to. And when we say high comfort, we're implying physical separation. We're implying that type of facility that interested but concerned group might feel comfortable riding on. And the idea is that this high comfort network would be prioritized before the supplemental network. And the supplemental network is really just augmenting the high comfort network to connect to some of those ancillary destinations and tie people into the high comfort network. Oh, and so I know this is hard to see on the screen, but hopefully you all have had a chance to review in the plan itself the map that's recommended. It's similar to what you saw in the 2017 plan, but there are some additional routes, some amended routes. And you also notice that, again, we simplified it to just the high comfort and the supplemental routes. And so that's different from the 2017 plan, which identified a specific facility type, such as a conventional bike lane or a buffered bike lane or a shared use path on each route. One of the takeaways that we got from our audit of the system was that Public Works was feeling a little bit of stress from feeling tied down to one facility type that was identified from 30,000 feet. When they get down into the corridor and actually, assess feasibility, they find much different opportunities or constraints. And so what this does is gives Public Works the flexibility to assess each project on a case-by-case basis, but knowing that they are trying to strive for either a supplemental or a high comfort type facility. So that's one of the big reasons why we took this approach to simplify it. It also helps the city and county focus on the most important connections while also making other connections as opportunities arise. And it achieves the goal, as we stated earlier, of creating a network for people of all ages and abilities while recognizing that it's not feasible for all routes to be low stress. And so you may be wondering, well, how does Public Works know what to build? Well, we've included in the document some guidance, which is firmly supported by FHWA and their bikeway selection guide on what facility type is appropriate for what roadway context. And the primary two variables you're looking at in any roadway context is volumes and speeds. It's the frequency and the the speed with which people are getting passed by vehicles is going to be the biggest influencers on level of comfort. We also provide some one-pagers for each facility type that may be under consideration to help give Public Works some more guidance on the design of those facilities. And then lastly, what we did is take all those projects once they were vetted by Public Works and put them through a prioritization process. The prioritization process had two lenses. One was project benefit, which really aligns with the goals of the plan and kind of the benefit added to the community by making that connection, but recognizing that there's a feasibility aspect to this as well. When we looked at it, we call it the project readiness. So how ready is it for implementation? And we got a lot of help from engineers in the Public Works Department to help us assess that at a high level. And what that resulted in was each project being put into one of 4 buckets. So the green circle you see is really those short-term high priority projects. These are the ones that check a lot of the boxes in terms of community benefit and goals of the plan. And according to Public Works and the team, we think that has a fairly high feasibility rating as well. The orange circle represents those that also score high in terms of the goals of the plan, but maybe have some issues that we can recognize right away that may impact feasibility, funding, stuff like that, that may prolong the timeline. Purple circle represents opportunistic priorities. These represent projects that may not check a lot of the boxes right now in terms of connecting to major destinations. However, we want them on the map because we think eventually they'll serve important connections as development occurs, but they are more of an opportunistic pursuit as opposed to an intentional active pursuit. And then low priority projects are those projects, if you see the map that I'll show next, are these projects that kind of fall in undeveloped areas. There's really not a whole lot that they're connecting to, so they score low in the project benefit category. And there's just too many unknowns right now, and so we rated them as low in project readiness as well. So those really are there to as placeholders for future development and future plans, but should not necessarily be a priority for staff to pursue at this time. So this map highlights some of the top projects based on those 4 buckets that I just described. And I'll just note that just because a project is, say, orange, does not mean necessarily that it shouldn't get attention from planning and design staff. It could just mean that it needs a feasibility study. Maybe it just needs external funding. That's the main barrier to it being shovel ready. And so what this prioritization methodology does is helps MPO staff focus on next steps for those, especially those green and those orange categories. So how will projects move forward? Well, Public Works will continue to do the job they're doing in referencing the master plan ahead of pavement preservation or reconstruction projects. High priority short-term projects can move into the concept and design phase based on available resources. External funding still may be needed, but they're kind of ready to move forward. And then high priority long-term projects are really those that are, like I said, prioritized for feasibility studies or need more major external funding. And then, of course, future development adjacent to identified projects should continue to be referencing the master plan through the review process, should be required to work with the city and the MPO to implement improvements the city already has planned. So I'll stop there and open it up for questions, but I appreciate your time and letting me kind of walk through some of the highlights.
Very good. Thank you, Matt. Elise, anything before we open up for questions for Matt and planning staff?
No, just I guess a reminder that today is just the presentation, and then we would be asking for a vote next week for a recommendation to the policy coordinating committee. And I guess I just also wanted to say that we really feel that these projects will help supplement the transportation master plan, although there is that disclaimer that some of it could change, but we think that these are good recommendations and most of them will remain.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Questions for Matt? Don't want to go home. Okay.
I don't feel.
Councilor Ripsis.
Yes, gotta have at least one question. So I guess I love the plan. I think it's great. It's good. It's a good document. It'll serve us well moving forward. I love how the goals are expressed. I think they're really kind of dead on. Might have a few wording things, but nothing that is any big concern. I guess the only thing that kind of struck me is I'm looking at these high comfort travelways. We talk about the pathway itself at being high comfort, but intersections are altogether different. We've got a very high comfort path along Shiloh Road with very low comfort, high stress intersections. I would not let my 10-year-old, 12-year-old kid cross that intersection. And I think it's hard to say that something is a high comfort travelway if we wouldn't really feel safe sending our kids out there. So I think that's, to me, it's the only place where I think this misses a little bit, is we have a lot of opportunity, especially around our roundabouts, and we're using those more in the community in high traffic arterial kind of situations, recognizing that those intersections need to be approached a little differently than what we're doing right now. Because it's one thing to have a really nice path that everybody feels comfortable on, but if you can only go half a mile because you can't cross that next arterial, it's almost a miss. And so I would have liked to seen a little bit of addressing of intersections here and their importance in that whole capacity. In many ways, a stoplight is much more comfortable than a roundabout for pedestrians and other people using active transportation. So that would be my only comment. But overall, really happy with this, and thanks for all the efforts you put in.
Thank you.
Go ahead, comment.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Epps. Yeah, we tried to address that some with that FHWA guidance for the uncontrolled crossings, and the idea is that designers would reference back to that national guidance of how to make something truly high comfort there. So, yeah.
At least I'd ask you and/or Mac two questions. One is, to what extent can even minor changes be made in this at this point? Planning board's already approved it, for example. I don't have anything major. I also agreed very well done, understandable, detailed, all those good things. Just one minor tweak. I notice in the funding list, which is very exhaustive and I think very helpful for everybody in our community. Page 80, you could add at the end, there wasn't anything for just private grants and donations. There's, private developers, et cetera, but just not just good old gifts. So that might be something you wanted to add. And then my other question is, in the prioritization process, there were the top 10, but everything is kind of listed down there. I didn't see any recognition of cost. So if it's valuable and feasible, was indirectly cost taken into account on the feasibility component, or is that completely separate? If you can comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Or
and
Mac.
Yeah, Mac, maybe you can jump in after I share. But so we took a very high level approach, as we mentioned, to the recommendations of this high comfort and supplemental. And at this level, we're not identifying what type of facility it is, so we couldn't identify a cost necessarily. Now, we do have in the appendix costs for kind of a typical mile of such and such facility that could be applied. And so that was how we approached that. We wanted to, as Mac mentioned in talking with Public Works, we wanted to leave them the flexibility that when they get into design, that they could really look at what fits the roadway while meeting the goals of being either high comfort or supplemental. So,
okay, thank you, Mac. Did you want to comment on the extent to which cost could be taken into account on the feasibility component?
Yeah, at the planning level, I would just say that it was a benefit to work with engineers and the public works staff who are already kind of thinking about project feasibility through that lens of not only just right-of-way availability, but also some of the obstacles and constraints of the corridor that just start to produce more dollar signs in our minds. And so there's that, but I would say that that's why these next steps of feasibility studies and when Public Works starts to dig into case by case projects where they will be able to get a much better understanding of the cost. But to answer your question, I mean, obviously that's past the prioritization part of it. And so cost wasn't directly incorporated into the prioritization results.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I noticed in the prioritization in your presentation, get back to that page, page 16, it mentions the prioritizations of connecting to downtown, closes the gaps in high comfort networks and connections to schools, listed number 3 here. But yet in the, when we're looking at the actual plan, schools, and I don't have it on the page here now what page it was, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not getting very good volume. I don't know if you're far away
okay,
from the mic.
let
I'm
me
sorry.
get a little bit closer. Is this better?
That is. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'll repeat this on the presentation. You listed, downtown as a priority, closes the gap with high comfort networks and connects to schools, and a few others there as a priority in the presentation. But within the actual plan, schools is listed second. Downtown may be considering commercial nodes down in the 4th or 5th position. And yet I notice all the priority projects seem to be focused around the downtown, connecting to the downtown area. So which prioritization was really done? Because I think the council is pretty clear to making sure that safe routes to school is a priority. And I'm surprised it's still, even in the plan, it's listed number 2. I believe it should be number 1. But really how is some of these priority projects been skewed? Because Heights has no priority projects, and I know we have some schools up there with needs of some safe routes to school.
Yeah. Are you referring to this list that I have shown on the screen right here in terms of the order of them?
Yeah, that's the order in your presentation, but it's not the same order that's in the plan.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, the order here on this slide is not intended to be in any kind of ranked order. Sorry, I should have clarified that. What you see in the plan is what is intended to be the order. So what we did is work with the steering committee to develop kind of multipliers, if you will, for each criteria, recognizing that while some criteria are important, there's some that might be more important to the community. And so that was a result of input from our steering committee to develop those multipliers and kind of skew the criteria towards prioritizing them in level of importance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gillick.
Thank you, Mayor. This item almost seems sort of a non sequitur compared to the other items we've had this evening, but I think we discussed some other things in that we've done some very good work that's been happening and work to come in our community in terms of improving the efficiency and the effectiveness of different kinds of programs to address problems in our community. But I think this work here really gets to prevention. I think active transportation really does prevent a lot of the challenges we have to deal with reactively with some of the other things we've been talking about tonight. Certainly physical health is sort of a no-brainer, but mental health really is there. Like the only times I experience road rage. I do drive it sometimes, and it's a real, the sources of frustration in my life tend to be when I'm driving, mostly in the West End, where areas that are more oriented towards vehicular traffic. So physical health, mental health, affordable living. If you have to have a vehicle in order to have a job, that means that's less money available for rent, or whether or not you have health insurance, those kinds of things. So for a household to have to have one less vehicle can be really helpful. It helps all taxpayers in terms of we can delay or the avoided cost of adding more lanes to streets. There is a mode shift that occurs when you have this safe ways of getting around. And then public safety as well. If there's fewer crashes, if we have safer ways for people to get around, there's fewer crashes. That's less that our public safety people have to attend to. So anyhow, I think it's a fundamentally good plan, and I hope you will adopt it next week.
Okay, very good. Anything before we move on to our legislative update? There is no public comment to ask to comment, so we'll dispense with that. I don't see any hands from the council. Anything else from staff?
Mayor,
I'm
quick-
sorry,
quick
Councilman
question. Maybe this is something that they can answer. If and then maybe all these projects are in a formula they can put. If they were to re-rank schools as the number one priority, how would that split out the projects? How would that rearrange the projects? Is there a way that you can produce a report that would show what the priority projects would be if they changed the school to number one versus number four? For number three,
Councilmember Neese,
ranking it-
the plan describes a multiplier system
right.
with various ones. Maybe you could refer us to the page in the
Page
plan.
69 on the plan.
But I'm not sure it's possible to rank something as number one. It's a whole different.
I'm sorry, its multipliers would be multiplier number 4 versus number 3.
Oh, giving it a 4 weight
Yes.
instead of a number 3.
Right.
What page of, do you know what
Page
page?
69
Of the, 69 of the plan?
Mhm.
Okay, and then I suppose Matt could be most able to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's probably in some kind of Excel spreadsheet or something that they could just change the multiplier for schools to be 4 instead of 3 and see what happens to the priorities.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Maybe I'll let Mac talk about the kind of technical side of that, but I just want to say that this plan also is supplemented by those 2 Safe Routes to School plans and may potentially be coming out of different sources of funding, I would think, because we have the Safe Routes to School funding source directly identified, and I know that both the council puts a lot of weight on that, as does our Public Works Department. So I don't necessarily know that these would be directly competing for the same sources of funding, but I'll let Mac talk about the table and everything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is just a matter of changing the multiplier, and it's not, I wouldn't say an automatic system that we've got set up, but there's, a way to adjust the multiplier and have that, recompute all the prioritization scoring. Those multipliers are there for that purpose, to help fine tune the prioritization to match community values.
Okay, so it wouldn't be something that you could just change real quickly and suddenly the report would change to see what that map would be looking like. It would take a lot of work to reproduce that map.
It would take, yeah, it's more than just changing it from a 3 to a 4 in the spreadsheet. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Anything else? Don't see anything. So we won't have public comment. We'll dispense with that. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your hard work on this very good product. Thanks again. That's our regular agenda, but we still have a couple other items on the agenda, including our legislative update. You kind of heard my pitch on House Bill 115 and 321. We did have some conversations in Helena with council or with legislative members of our legislative delegation. Not all of them, but I think they all got emails that generated a lot of attention. So I think it's fair to say they all know about this problem. I don't know that how much sympathy we will get from all of them, but I think they're all aware of it. I've asked our finance director to continue to work on these numbers, because we're going to have to advise the public on these numbers. And Chris, I think also the plan is, as legislators come back during transmittal break, that we try to get together with them and give them an opportunity to ask questions, but also educate them a little bit about the impact of our charter. One thing that I only made casual reference to before, Andy has gotten some numbers with the help of Department of Revenue of how other cities in Montana would be impacted or maybe more accurately, not impacted. And it's just an order of magnitude, several orders of magnitude different. Missoula, by these numbers, and I don't know that these numbers are accurate. I didn't prepare them. I'm not sure I'd understand how they even came about, but what we're currently operating on is an assumption that Missoula might come out at $1.8 million ahead. And Helena, $600,000 ahead. But Bozeman might be down $300,000 to $400,000. Great Falls, $200,000 to $250,000, something like that. And again, we're at potentially $6.5 to $6.9 million. So it's just a completely different world. And I think we need to have Andy in front of us to ask him about these numbers, make sure council understands what's going on. The reason that this kind of went south quickly is, if you remember, the Senate Bill 231 was the governor's, what was called the governor's homestead bill. And it was going to originally exempt the first, say, $100,000 of value. And I think we all could live with that, especially if it reduced those rates, but then increased rates on higher income homes so that it may have been revenue neutral, but had the result of shifting burden to those who are most able to bear that. And so then the later versions of the bill created a series of tiers, not unlike your income tax, where you'd have a progressive rate, lower at the lower values and then increasing rates over time. But then last week, on second reading of this bill, many of those tiers were collapsed into whatever it is, 2 or 3 tiers, with the lowest tier, a reduced level tier, going all the way up to $720,000 of value, or double the median value of a home, which is virtually every home in Billings. And so everybody's getting a really big break, but Billings doesn't have any place to shift the burden. Short-term rentals are not benefiting from this, but of course Billings doesn't have a lot of short-term rentals. Second homes don't benefit from these rate reductions, but Billings doesn't have a lot of second homes. And of course, we don't have the ability to float our mills like these other communities. And these numbers assume a certain degree of floating mills, and only Andy could explain what goes into those Department of Revenue estimates. So we've had discussions about how could Billings be separated from this. These bills have a tremendous amount of momentum, political momentum, especially House Bill 231, the governor's bill, or what was at least originally the governor's bill, and that is now passed out of the House and headed to the Senate. So we don't know what we would do differently for Billings, but maybe something that would take into account the fact that we don't have the ability to float our mills, and separate out such communities, which would be us and Sunburst, apparently. And I'm going to ask Chris to comment, former city council member and current Representative Larry Brewster has been very interested in this, very helpful. He's talking with a bill drafter about a possible Billings fix that might create some sort of exemption for communities that have these mill levy caps built into our charter. Ironically, we're in this difficult position, even though by the calculation of the Frontier Institute, this is Kendall Cotton's group, Billings is by far the most fiscally responsible of a number of large communities in Montana. Billings is the only city, when compared against Kalispell, Bozeman, Hamilton, Missoula, Helena, and Great Falls, where our spending increase was less than our population increase and inflation increase. It was about 11% 12% less over the last 10-year period from 2015 to 2024 compared to Kalispell, for example, that had a 161% increase over population and inflation, where again, ours was about 12% below, the only one that didn't even keep up with population and in inflation. So appreciate your patience with that long explanation as I understand our situation. Chris, what do you want to add to that?
I guess the only thing a few things I would add very briefly, understanding how late it is none of the other cities are negative. The reason, and Andy shot me a text, the reason on this graph it shows some negative is it assumes that they didn't float a mill. So it just keeps them at their fixed mills. Well, I would doubt any of those cities are going to say, we're going to take a haircut. So it really is the first evidence I've seen in 6 years where Billings really is not, it is in the worst position of the cities in the eyes of legislators. And clearly Missoula is the favored community in Helena, which is tongue in cheek because that's not how it's ever talked about. But according to this data, they would end up $1.8 million to the positive. We would end up $6.5 million to the negative. I think the bottom line is this: this stuff changes by the hour. But it emphasizes the importance that we're going to have to be engaged and present in these conversations in the hallways. I mean, we've been present there with Amy and Brad and with our legislators. But frankly, once the transmittal deadline comes and goes, which is going to happen here this week, we thin out from 4,000 bills to a more reasonable number. Some of these things start to flush their way out. The plan at this point is during the transmittal break that we host, and the chamber's been very helpful. They're helping us put meetings together, events together, so we can be communicating with our local legislators while they're in town, and then getting their perspective, like we were able to last week at a couple of dinners with legislators, very specifically how to be in the best position to have an impact positively as these bills move forward. One, specifically to Representative Brewster, who is very empathetic to our situation. That being said, I think we have to be upfront about what the solution. I don't think it's a draft bill yet. It's just a draft from the drafters, which is certainly better than nothing. But what does it result in? It would result in essentially is a one-sentence deal. If your city charter caps you, then for 2026, fiscal year 2026, you can levy the mills necessary to generate your revenue from last year. That would require this table to increase those mills by a vote of a majority of you. Secondly, to fix this, the idea, at least in the conversation with Representative Brewster, is it buys us 1 year to go to our voters and say, this charter cap needs to go. That is not going to be an easy conversation to have with our voters. But that so far is where we sit if 231 or 151, right, or whatever, continues to get momentum. It wouldn't be of value to name names, but there was certainly a fair amount of buzz and people who were making comments that don't take any of this for granted. We have to take this dead seriously, but there's some uneasiness from legislators, not just, or frankly, on the side in control, saying we're moving a lot of stuff around and not really getting the kind of tax break that they're looking to implement. So they're saying be engaged in the conversation because things are going to possibly change as things go on. I'll leave it at that with these two tax bills. From other bills we should talk about, but that's happy to answer any questions you guys have. I'm fairly comfortable with what Andy's put together as far as numbers.
And I'll just follow up on that, and we'll turn over to you for some other bills updates. I don't want to suggest that this is necessarily, the cake is cooked, but it does have a lot of momentum. There are other ways to provide property tax relief. We saw that in the last session with just a rebate of income tax, for example. It may not be as satisfying, but there are other possibilities out there. That's one thing. The second is, though, if this does pass, I think we have to be realistic about what it could mean for jail expansion. If we had to go to the voters to ask the voters to adjust our charter or approve another public safety mill levy to plug gaps for police and fire, I don't see how we could also at the same time go out for a $100,000 or $100,000, I wish, $100 million or so jail expansion bill along with additional mill levies. That would just be extremely difficult. And so I think this has major ramifications if it passes or something in this vicinity passes for what it would mean for jail expansion going forward. But it's too late or it's too early to get too worried about that just because it's up in the air. Questions on this topic and then Chris?
Just real quick, did I understand the fix correctly that the state is going to say you, Billings and Sunburst, can ignore your city charters?
Yes, which there would be probably legal challenges to whether you can even do that as a legislator.
If I can just comment on that, the reason that we have a charter is because of state law. And state law allows the charter to trump certain elements of state law. But as long as the state law was clear in saying your charter, this element of your charter is not enforceable, I think that's perfectly legitimate because we only are doing this because it's allowed under state law. And so, but it would have to be very clear. It's an important
There's
point.
not a simple. I mean, if one of these two bills passes, there's not an easy fix for us. You would speculate better than me as to what our communities would need to experience in order to say we have to do something different. I suspect it would be literally experiencing what is a $6.5 million hit, the biggest of which is to the public safety levy, right? We levy almost twice as many mills for public safety as we do for the general fund. So everything that collects a property tax from the mill levy will get reduced if this formula stays something like this.
So, being devil's advocate, is that something Andy could work on when he has nothing else to do? Tell us what he thought thinks we would do if we were short $6.5 million, just as an exercise in mental math.
Sure, but to me, we talked about this for on the drive back. I think things again change so quickly to do hiring freezes or the kind of cuts that this would be for the possibility. I don't know how far we should go. Now, I'm thinking in our one pager that was 3 and it really needs to become 1. How do we effectively communicate with the media and our legislators and our community as to what the effects of these are? And I'm envisioning something that shows how we spend our dollars, right? And overwhelmingly, our property tax dollars are something in the neighborhood of 3/4 of which 75+% is public safety. And you got a small parks chunk that's something less than 10% and other administrative kind of services. Something that helps people see context of this. So, again, I would emphasize that we're working with Victoria in her last week, her last day is Friday, as to how to have an effective communication tool for people to see and understand. I think those things are important, but I think even more important, frankly, is the engagement we have during transmittal break and in the last month, 6 weeks of the session. We can't afford to be back here if these things continue to gain steam there. Because the other cities, I mean, they have no reason not to be supportive of the approach. They can adjust their mill. They don't see, it's a shift of tax burden, which probably most of us would agree with. For 15, 20, 25 years, it's been consistently shifting away from commercial over to residential. This tries to realign that some. And probably there's not a big fight unless it's you that's getting hit on the commercial side. But it's because we can't float a mill, we can't change a mill, that it hits us. So,
And then I'll just comment, about 88% of our tax base is class 4, and it's class 4 that is affected in this way. So that extra 12% is largely industrial, Northwestern Energy, pipelines, major centrally assessed ratepayers who have not weighed in on this. I assume it would result in a shift to them, driving up their taxes. Maybe they have weighed in, but we haven't spoken with them, and we need to do that.
yeah, just one more piece to that. So in 2015, our tax base was essentially 55% funded our tax revenue by residents. That number is a full 10% higher today at closer to 65%. That's part of the shift that politically they're trying to.
And of course, that's not because of anything we did. It's
No,
just
no,
you've
it's
seen
statutory
appreciation in the
change.
value of residences, and you have not seen that kind of appreciation in the value of other properties, especially commercial.
I would just ask for any advice, whether you want to give it now or individually, as to how to be effective in that part of the conversation. But it's obviously it's critical. You want me to move on to the other pieces? Or
Yeah,
any...
why don't we?
Okay, so but a couple of positive notes. So Senator Yakowicz's bill to increase abatement cap from 25,000 to 50,000, flew through committee. Actually, second reading on the Senate floor today, possibly third reading and out. Second, it passed. So I'm assuming it did at third, but I didn't get a chance to look at it late in the afternoon. We'll see if that's tougher on the House side, but Tina already knows of essentially code enforcement, probably 3 or 4 properties that are going to fall into the 25 to 50K, that by being in municipal court instead of district court, we're talking months to get things happening and resolved instead of years. So that's some real positive. And the mayor did a great job testifying in that hearing, and all the other cities, Senator Chair Usher was concerned, hey, is this just a Billings thing? We were able to walk back and meet with all the city managers and mayors, and all the municipal courts said, we're in, it's a no-brainer. The other big issue, which won't get a lot of political traction, but the measurement really is in the tens of millions of dollars, is nutrient standards. So Representative Mercer was heavily involved in this up through 2019. Then he stepped away from it for a few years, but he's got a bill. It was heard Thursday afternoon when we were there. You've got the bill number. Okay, thanks. And this is an extraordinarily technical issue. Lewis and our team at Billings, along with many other cities, have been engaged in this for 15 to 20 years, paying experts to help us deal with these nutrient standards that we're struggling with. The EPA and the DEQ would like to keep ratcheting things up, where we're really measured in tens of millions of dollars of investment in our plant, not resulting in a cleaner river out the other end. And so it just doesn't make sense. So we're not there alone, but bottom line is Representative Mercer's bill is out there. It was heard last week while we were there, and we're working closely with the league on a much more technical set of solutions. Mercer's bill just gets rid of the nutrient standard. The more technical side of the House conversation is concerned that if we don't have some very data-driven things that drive what we can and can't do, that will just get tied up by those two regulatory groups. So more work to be done, more to come. Lastly, sent out the request on this House Bill 236 to the judges and the attorney's office, get their support. We'll adjust that. I've said every work session through the end of the session has got this as the second to last agenda item, so we can just make a consistent habit of touching on it at the end, as well as potentially taking any votes if there's a need to do that, to give direction on anything. And I think I would just leave it at that. Answer any questions.
Any other questions, comments about legislative update?
I think it's tabled right now. But it doesn't mean, any of these things, we dealt with two of them that got blasted out last week that they thought were dead, that were going to cause real problems with election, other mill levies. So it's never dead until the session's really over with or transmittal's over with. So I don't know if you want to take up action on that tonight or how you want me to handle it. I'm just trying to pull up the bill number.
Okay, well, keep our eye open for that.
There are various bills, I think, bringing back the idea that CPS removals will come with a warrant. I am unclear if CPS workers can serve that warrant or if they have to be BPD served, but I think we should take a look at that and make sure we understand what the manpower implication of that is, given the CPS case.
Good. Anything else? Okay, let's, Chris, anything else in the way of upcoming agenda items that you wanted to highlight?
There are busy agendas moving forward. One of the ones, just to kind of tip for you, is in your packet for next week is a budget of, well, it must not be the budget amendment. Maybe it is. It's the snow plowing. It's amending the contract to cover costs we've already spent for the additional plowing and anticipating 2 more plows this season. If we get more snow, if we don't, we won't use it. And it uses the reserve in the street fund, which is assessments. So it would be a good example of where we could get tied in knots when we get into the budget. If we were to say, street assessments are not going up in light of the economy and or other issues that we face. But is there an exception for the fact that we have a system here that collects money, banks it, doesn't spend it until we have to plow streets? But when we plow those streets, we got to refill the pot so that the next set of snowstorms or heavy winter we get. So that the long-term question is not on your agenda a week from now, but the amendment for the contract to cover our cost of what we've already spent is there, and a potential anticipation of 2 more snow events this year to do residential plowing. So I'll leave it at that. It's late.
Okay, thank you. Any items of general council discussion? Any public comment on things not on, Councilmember Boyette? Very good, thank you. And if it costs more than $25,000, thanks to Councilmember, or former Councilmember Yankowicz's bill, we'll be able to get a lead on that. All right, there isn't any other public comment or anyone else left to comment, so we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.